Geneva. And before his 37-year public service career, he was lecturer in history at St. Stephen's College. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Today we resume our discussions on Asia on the Move. Yesterday we began with Sanjay Subramanian's talk about medieval and early medieval ports and their connectedness and a degree of cosmopolitanism that they had. We now have a short hour-long session with two presentations. I'm sorry we are starting 5 minutes late, so I'll request the speakers to restrict themselves to 20 to 25 minutes each. The first discussion is about a Jewish trader, Abraham ben Yezu. He came to India about 2 centuries before his more famous fellow Maghrebian, Ibn Battuta, and lived for a few years on the Malabar coast, which was home to the Jewish community for almost 2 centuries. Yezu traveled about the same time as the first crusade was preached in Europe in 1095, and that resulted in the killing of a large number of Jews in both Europe and near Jerusalem. Yezu traveled about this. Although the institutionalized persecution of the Jews started in Europe from 1215, at the time after the Fourth Lateral Council, anti-Semitism was well entrenched there. And in contrast to that, in North Africa, West Asia, Gulf, and India, Jews were treated well. Our first speaker, Nayan Chanda, is a scholar journalist, a distinguished author and editor. He currently teaches international relations in Ashoka University. For long years, he worked at the Far Eastern Economic Review, of which he became the editor. And then he moved to the US, and he edited Yale Global Online for more than a decade and a half. You have the floor, Mr. Chanda.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I am very impressed, and I congratulate you for waking up very early to attend this session. I am flattered. We have looked at Asian ports and their connections, and today we are going to talk about connection between one river port, which is Cairo, and a coastal port of Mangalore. And how did these two places, separated by almost in it doesn't move, sorry. Yeah, just move it here. Cannot see. Yeah. Okay. 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 Yeah, up and down. Yeah. Okay. So this Mangalore and Cairo, as crow flies, is 4,000 kilometers. So far apart, and yet they are linked. And the links are, of course, many, but the most important link, I think, is the word Geniza. Geniza, I will explain shortly. But what is this word Geniza that we hear? Geniza, you may be surprised, at least some of you, that the Geniza is a Hebrew word which is taken from Persian Ganj. And Ganj, you know, you have Darya Ganj, Tali Ganj, Bali Ganj. So the Ganj means store or storehouse or marketplace. And that's how the word Geniza in Hebrew came to use. And what is Geniza? Geniza actually is, and before going to Geniza, another thing that connected Mangalore and Cairo was a thing called Mousin, the monsoon wind. Monsoon wind was a great revelation to the Indians and Arabs in the 1st century CE. Before that, people seeking Indian goods would have to travel along the coast, and it might take a year and a half, 2 years to come to Kerala to buy spices. But when they discovered this Mousin, the seasonal wind that blew from southwest to northeast one time of the year and then reverses course, that opened up the entire sea space to travel, because now you know that you actually can come back home by the return wind. That Mousin was another factor that connected Cairo to so this was the way people could actually travel across Indian Ocean. And Indian Ocean, of course, in Arabic was called Great Ocean. And so the Great Ocean connection with Cairo and Mangalore is something that was revealed in a place in Old Cairo, which is called the Ben Ezra Synagogue. And Ben Ezra Synagogue, I wanted to find out about it, so I went to Cairo and traveled to Ben Ezra from 6 years ago. And I must say I was pretty disappointed to see this very modern, almost modern, very nicely painted building and surrounded by banana trees. It's quite unusual to see that. But didn't find, of course, the famous Geniza. And it turns out that this building that now you can see in Old Cairo is a totally new building which was killed. But before that building was actually created, this is how it looked, the old Geniza, old synagogue. And in this synagogue, there was a secret chamber which is called Geniza. And why this secret chamber? Because of a Jewish belief that any document, any word, any paper which has the word God written on it is sacred and it cannot be damaged or destroyed. It has to go the way, go to the earth. So, and you could not obviously write a letter without saying, by the grace of God. By the grace of God we have arrived, by the grace of our son got married. So every time you use the word God in any document, whether it's a legal document, personal letter, prescription, whatever has the word God in it, it cannot be, according to the Jewish tradition, cannot be discarded. So it created a sort of place where you could, and this is of course the imaginary sort of a painting showing how this was a slot was created like mailbox. People would climb up and drop their discarded papers with the word God in it in that chamber. And in this chamber, for almost 900 years, people have been dropping pieces of paper. And this was discovered only in 1896. In 1896 it was found, and then of course a scramble started that who could get this amazing treasure that was there. And this is how it looked. This was truly a sort of sacred trash. And the sacred trash was very carefully separated, and pieces of paper which was broken, they were reconstituted. It was an amazing job of restoration that has gone on ever since this was discovered. And so Cambridge University got wind of it, and they sent one of their top experts, and Solomon Schechter. He traveled to Cairo, and he managed, with the help of the British government, gather every scrap of paper from the Geniza and shipped it to London and to Cambridge. And so as a result, Cambridge has this some 4,000 pieces of documents that are now being analyzed, and this is written in Judeo-Arabic. Judeo-Arabic is colloquial Arabic written in Hebrew script. It's like Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge. You write it in English, but it is actually, if you don't understand Hindi, you won't understand what it says. So the Judeo-Arabic is Hebrew script, but writing colloquial Arabic. And so this is again a special knowledge, so people have to have in order to understand what is written in these pieces of broken document. So this is how it was found. And so you can imagine the trouble that people had gone through to put it together. And so this is how it is still being done. You are correcting the small pieces and trying to jigsaw puzzle, fit it in to make the document complete. Now, of course, in this trash, when they are analyzed and translated, it appears it's an amazing story of Jewish travelers traveling to Asia, to India, and of course conducting all sorts of business that was recorded and eventually dropped in the Geniza. And so one person that emerges in this from this pile is Abraham bin Izu. And Abraham bin Izu, of course, we don't know how he looks, but I found in a online publication in Mangalore, this is how they imagine he looked. And so that is Ben Izu imagined by some artist in Mangalore. Now, he was an Arab, Jewish Arab, who was born in Mahdia in Tunisia. And as the ambassador mentioned, because of the crusades are coming to Sicily, and situation was pretty tense across the Mediterranean in Tunisia. And so one doesn't know actually why bin Izu left his hometown, but he first appears in this correspondence announcing his manumission of a Tulu girl called Ashu, and that is how he first emerges in the correspondence. And this is a kind of old picture of ship. That is the kind of ship that perhaps Ben Izu traveled. Now, so Ben Izu's correspondence that can link him to this enterprise was in touch with a whole lot of businessmen, Indian and Jewish, and these businessmen were of all faiths, Hindus, Muslim, Christian, and those names, you can see from the names who they were. And so first thing I mentioned that in October 17, 1132, that's the first time he appears in the documents, and he says that he has manumitted, paying good money, a slave girl called Ashu. And Ashu was then converted to Judaism, and her name was given Beraka. Beraka meaning blessing. So that was, Ashu was the blessing too. But the document never mentions that he actually married her. So one assumes that was the purpose of manumission and conversion, because if he had not converted her, their children would have no right to property that he owns. So that was a very important consideration. So, and the fact that he had a son born to him was again indirectly known when a friend of his sends a piece of coral for your son Surur. And so we know the name is Surur, and he received a piece of coral. And coral, of course, was something very important as a charm against evil eye. So it was given to a child. And then we know that he had a daughter. Her name was Sit Aldar. And Sit Aldar, interestingly, means mistress of the house. So even little baby was called mistress of the house, because that is how women are viewed, obviously. And then we jump to forward because there's no time. So after Ben Izu actually returned to Eden, and after he returned, he then wrote a letter to his brother who lived in Mahidia and who had moved to actually Sicily, saying, this is the letter he wrote: to children who are born to me as the twigs of sweet basil. It really, this is one of the most literary lines in this commercial correspondence. The younger died in India, the firstborn died in Eden. I have no word to describe him. I have left a daughter, his sister. She will receive all my money. Now, by God, when my letter arrives, send your eldest son so that we have joy from her and from him, and marry them in Eden. So he had earlier a proposal to marry his daughter to a businessman's son. Initially he agreed, then he changed his mind. He thought all his wealth he wants to bequeath to someone in his family. And if his daughter marries somebody else, that son-in-law would get all the wealth. So he wrote to his elder brother, and so his nephew was asked to come and marry his daughter. And so he stayed in India 17 years, and this 17 years he had some serious losses. 2 of his ships were shipwrecked, 1 was attacked by pirates, and he suffered some losses, and people speculate perhaps because of those losses he wanted to recuperate, and he didn't leave Mangalore for a long time. He made a couple of trips Eden, but basically he didn't like sea travel because it was very dangerous, and so he stayed in Mangalore. And sorry, we're just going too quickly. One of the things that he did is something I find fascinating, is that the word outsourcing, you're all familiar. Outsourcing is one of India's strengths. And in outsourcing, not in software and services, but actually gathering material from abroad, transforming them into beautiful objects and shipping them out. And that kind of business Ben Izu started in Mangalore. He had a workshop where he brought copper, tin, and other material from the Middle East and transformed them into household objects like candle holder, frying pan, according to specification given by the clients. So it was very, very organized. Client would say this should be the size, this should be the weight of the material, and this was produced according to specification. And that is one of the most profitable business Ben Izu had. And so I think I should just go forward quickly. And so some of the things Indians exported abroad was very interesting. One of the things I found was mousetrap. Mousetrap, obviously, the Indians knew how to make it, and it was exported to Middle East for households. they exported metal lock, because Middle East locks were made of wood. So Indians knew how to make metal with copper and bronze locks. So baskets of locks were exported. And then, of course, the standard goods like cotton, textiles, shoes, leather work. And other interesting thing was iron. Iron pellets were made into little ostrich eggs. They are actually referred in the document as eggs. So iron eggs were exported, which were then melted to produce whatever they wanted. So this was one of the other interesting things. And so another interesting thing was arsenic. One doesn't know why India was importing arsenic. Like this document shows that they imported about 140 pounds of arsenic. And it could be of medical use, but the authors suspect that it could have been also for criminal purposes as well. So arsenic was imported from the Middle East. And so one of the last things, before leaving for Aden, he sent a huge shipment home. It's like expatriates send container full of goods, and that shipment is absolutely fascinating. In fact, an author has produced a book called Abraham's Luggage, and she has analyzed the contents of her shipment, because it was very meticulously every item was itemized in the manifest. And so he took several gunny bags of rice, took preserved mango, coconut, and also coconut scraper. So each item was listed, and took 20 carpets, took a lot of metal which was not already transformed into objects. He took those back to Aden and to Cairo. And so just the last thing I want to say is that analyzing these correspondence, the author Gautian and Friedman, they have perhaps studied more Geniza documents than anybody else, and they have come to this conclusion that Geniza letters reveal an astonishing degree of interdenominational cooperation, matched by almost complete absence of animosity against other communities, partnership and other close business relationship between Jews and Muslims, or Hindus or Christians were commonplace, and the member of other religious communities are referred to with the same honorable and amicable epithets as the writer's own brethren. The great dangers shared in common, the feeling that everyone's lot was in the hands of the same God, certainly contributed much to that spirit of all-embracing brotherhood which pervades the India papers of the Cairo Geniza. And so this is a very, very interesting observation they make, that they are all addressed with great respect, no matter what religion the other person is. And so I just want to show the two most important books. This is a 600-page book by Gautian and Friedman, and this has a treasure trove of the letters, translation of the letters. And the other book I mentioned is Abraham's Luggage by Lambourne. Again, it's a very interesting study. Perhaps this model could be applied to other places, because the material object of material, history of material object is a fascinating way of looking at society and economics. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chanda. I think your account of Abraham ben Yuzu speaks to us about the turbulence, the trade, mobility, and multiculturalism, especially in your last remarks. I now have the pleasure to give the floor to our second speaker, Dr. Dilorom Karomat. She is from the Institute of Fine Arts of the Academy of Sciences, Uzbekistan. She is a musicologist and music critic who was in India to pursue her PhD as an ICCR scholar since the year 2000. But prior to that, and in all, she has lived in India for about 2 decades, especially located in the Khuda Bakhsh Library, Patna. And her interests are vast. Her postdoc was in SOAS, London. She knows Farsi manuscripts and Indian, Iranian, and Transoxanian music and dance, besides Turkic literature in India, of which arguably the most outstanding example is the Babarnama. Several popular instruments are shared across the region. All of us know about the Dilruba, Santur, sitar and its predecessor, the setar, and many more. Dr. Karomat will speak to us about all that.
Thank you very much, sir. Interrelations between India and Central Asia, particularly in musical culture, are several thousand years old. Trade route, Silk Road, has played a great role in cultural and spiritual amalgamation of Persian, Turkic, and Indian traditions through the caravans and the embassies of diplomatic and commercial representatives, which frequently included musicians or brought as gifts musical instruments. Musicians from both sides were always welcomed. Thus, since ancient times, the Indo-Central Asian culture in vast region was the result of mixing of Indian, Persian, Arabic, Turkic, and Chinese musical traditions. Nomadic groups, including gypsies, which are roamed within region, has contributed to this process too. The process of fusion is never stopped, even during the periods of critical political situations. These interrelations can be traced from iconography, which is archaeological artifacts and miniature paintings, manuscripts and archival documents, which are preserved depictions and names of musical instruments, mode and regulations of music, personalities and their contribution into development of musical culture. So here we can see 3 layers. Actually, it is musical instruments, after that aesthetic of music, and raga maqam tradition. Musical instruments, actually the various archaeological artifacts discovered in India, modern Pakistan, China, Afghanistan, and Central Asia are the only sources to assist us with information about history of music and in ancient and early medieval times, and interrelations between India and Central Asia. Musical instruments depicted in artworks are giving idea about their usage, playing techniques, the social and theological functioning of music, etc. One of the famous images related to Indo-Central Asian interrelations is belonged to Kushan's art in Bactria-Tocharistan area. This is a frieze of Ayrtam's 5 musicians, which is dated 1st, 2nd AD, which was unexpectedly discovered on the bank of the river Amu, not far from Termez, Uzbekistan, in 1932. The 5 female musicians, maybe celestial, are depicted with barrel drum, lute, harp, flute, double flute, and cymbals. That is considered the musical instruments. Professional musical ensemble are those which were actually played at the period when the frieze was created. The renowned Russian researcher Oldenburg is named them as Pancha Mahashabda, 5 great sounds of the Buddhist philosophical notion. As you can see, the 2-headed hand drum in the hands of one of the musicians looks similar to modern Indian dholki, which is mainly a folk instrument in modern India but not any more used in Central Asia. The Indian influence can be also seen in early medieval artworks of Central Asia. There are monkey musicians, numerous depictions of Mahakal Shiva, etc. Mahakal is depicted with small bells. Some Central Asian dancers still using that kind of dancing bells. Here is monkey musicians. It's for Khotan. Here is Mahakal, as you can see this blue one. Yeah, here you can see the actually bells. And here also Mahakal Shiva. You can see the trishul and horn. And this is a fragment with bells from musicians, and still we have this. The interesting fact is that dancing bells were mostly made by local gypsies in Central Asia, Mazangs, at the modern times also. According to linguistic and ethnographers, gypsies came to all main cities of Old Road, Silk Road, and settled in Samarkand, Bukhara, Tashkent, Fergana, Kokand, Karshi, Panjikend, Gisar, etc. from India. When Central Asian Turks came to India, this is also very spread musical instruments, murchank in India, yeah, and chankobus in Central Asia, and juharp, yeah. So it's very common for whole Asian countries. So when Central Asian Turks came to India, they brought a number of new musical instruments, modes, and regulations. The poetry and the prose are one of the main sources for understanding Turco-Persian and Indian interrelations. Amir Khusrau Dehlavi was an iconic figure and one of the first Indian personalities represented a multicultural and pluralistic identity, because his father was Lachin Turk from Kesh, modern Shahrisabz in Uzbekistan, and his mother was Indian. Amir Khusrau's poems, particularly Ijaz-e Khusravi, The Miracles of Khusrau, and Hamsa, 5 poems, presented a significant amount of information on musical culture. He mentioned also musical instruments there, and also actually musicians who come from Central Asia, Turkati Khatun, for example. A very great source for us also lexicographic sources such as Adat al-Fuzala and Farhangi Zufan Goya Wajahan Puya, which was composed in 15th century by Badr al-Din. Sharafnama Maneri, also 15th century, Farhangi Ibrahimi is also its second name. Miftah al-Fuzala, which is only copy presented in British Library. In England, actually very valuable to us, because it's, as you can see, not only gives definitions of terms, include musical terms too, but also it has miniatures, which is depicting some. Here you can see the musical instruments like chang and barbat, and also ethnicities who play in on that. Also that is musical instruments which are common to all of us. Actually, here also you can see some what is Central Asian also, and till go to Bengal, which is actually bowls also plays these musical instruments, and dotara also there, yeah, such like that. Dombrak in Central Asia, it can be named dutar and small dutar in Tajikistan, and dotara among bowls of Bengal. This is miniatures where we can also see musical instruments which have Central Asian origin and Indian. This is Amir Khusrau Dehlavi, and his 12 maqams or ragas. Here also, actually, what is important about that ragam maqam tradition. If by studying ancient and medieval artifacts we can only suppose which music were played by musicians of India and Central Asia, then medieval manuscripts composed in Persian, Turkic, Sanskrit, Urdu, as well as in other Indian languages have gave more light. Perso-Turkic manuscripts on Persian music in India were mostly written by immigrants from Central Asia and Iran or their descendants. When the Turks came to India, they inherited the rich tradition of Central Asian music and brought with them, as I already told, not only musical instruments, but new musical modes and regulations. One of them was maqam system. Important to note that not only Persian, but also Sanskrit and later on Dakhini sources are mentioned Turco-Persian musical terms and considered as a valuable source for Indo-Central Asian musical interrelations. Indo-Persian lexicographers detail a few names of early medieval tunes such as Araishi, Khurshid, Badi Navroz, and also of Turkic ones, especially in the seventh bakhsh of the Zufan Goya, dedicated to Turkic terms, where generic Turkic words for song, singing, etc. are also given. It is Ir, Un, Duna. Literary musical names find their way into singing farhangs, as in case of the most famous musicians of the Iranian, partly Turanian world, Khusrav Parvez musician Barbat and the beautiful heavenly musician Zuhra. The historical manuscripts composed in India also one of the best sources for understanding and investigating Turco-Persian and Indian musical interrelations, as well as poetical and literary compositions. Amir Khusrau Dehlavi, for example, mentioned musicians from Maviran-Nakhar and Khorasan. Thus, in Ijaze Khusravi, he has actually mentioned Turmati Khatun for the king's favor, who later became the chief of all the musicians of Persian in Indian streams. Khusro has also mentioned musicians from Khorasan. Other source of that time is the Tarikh-e Firuz Shahi by Ziauddin Barani, which is considered as a major historical work of Delhi Sultanate. Author has refers to musicians who practiced Indian and Persian styles of music and musical instruments in his historical work. He also has mentioned female and man slaves at court who were trained in Persian language and music. Thus, literary sources have suggested that at Delhi Sultanate's time has dominated the Central Asian element, whereas since Mughal rule has prevailed Iranian. Here you can see this sum of 12 pardas, which were actually composed by Amir Khusro by combining two ragas and maqam modes. Yeah, this is Qawwali. Also, as you know, it has a strong Central Asian or Persian Turkic influence. And this is actually depicting of 12 parda maqams, which we find in Muhammad Mardan Ali Khan Rana's Guncha Iraq. Yeah, so since 16th century, the process of amalgamation with Central Asian culture became less remarkable, but not ended. One of the reasons was the Central Asian region was pushed aside due to certain political interests and culturally isolated. Then Afghanistan has become the main territory or medium of interrelations. Abul Fazl in Aini Akbari, for example, mentioned musicians from Herat, Khorasan, performing for Akbar. There were not only numerous singers but also instrumentalists such as Usta Yusuf, a tambour player from Herat, Pirzada, singer chanter from Khorasan. Many singers from India and Persia come along in singing with these musicians. Maybe nostalgia for grandfather Babur's land were always alive in the hearts of Mughals, and those thirst for knowledge of Central Asian music also were part of this feeling. According to Khatirati Mutribi Samarkandi, the term in which Jahangir discussed music with him during the latter's visit to India in 1626 revealed familiarity with all the major vocal genres that had been characteristic at the Timurid period, and he claims to have heard the compositions of the great musicians at his father's majlis. Further, Mutribi gives descriptions of the various pieces he sang to his imperial host, including Ustad Ali Dost Nais from Mashhad, which were specifically requested by Jahangir. In Khatirati Mutribi, one can find musical terminology which related to medieval 12 maqam system, the system of Parda maqam. And Farmer actually named this old Persian system. So here also we can see that these some terms were actually depicted in Sanskrit treatises like Raga Vibodha by Somnath also, and also in Pundarika by Vittala, 16th century, where he told about Indian ragas, which is similar to Persian melodies. So one of the important mediums for Indo-Central Asian amalgamation was Kashmir. The Islamization of Kashmir has been accomplished peacefully through the activity of Sufi missionaries from Central Asia and Iran, and accompanied by massive personization of Kashmiri culture. Thus, the musical instruments, music terminology, and theory were strongly influenced by Persia. It was also recorded in Abul Fazl's Aini Akbari, for example. Musicians toured from place to place within the Persian cultural sphere. Patronizing these wandering musicians was recognized as a natural activity among the elites of Central Asia and India. It was a part of their cultural heritage. The historical source, Srivara, indicates that during the golden period of Kashmiri history, the reign of Zainul Abidin, 15th century, there were musicians from Khurasan in his court. Several families of the present-day masters claim their origin from Persian. For example, it is Saznavaz family. It seems that the most active interchange of or the transfer of attributes of Kashmiri maqams, which is also called Sufyana Kalam, took place between the 14th and 18th century. In these interrelations, active role were played by musicians from Xinjiang, Khotan, and master of Uyghur mukams also. The British rule in Indian subcontinent and the new political situation caused by big game between Britain and Russia significantly slowed down the process of interrelations between the two regions. Historical and cultural changes brought innovations into musical practice and theory. For example, the entire basis of rhythmic and metric progression in North India has been changed since 18th century. But here we can also must mention some musicians found their home out of India. Iranian and Afghan researchers in their investigations have mentioned movements of Indian musicians, Nakara Kharam musicians, courtesans and dancing girls, Kashmiri musicians into the courts of Afghanistan and Iran to Qajar court. Thus Mirza Mehdi Astrabadi, the chronicle of Nadir Shah Afshar, 18th century, has mentioned about Indian artists which were brought to Iran after invading India in 1739. Also, we have a list of Indian musicians and dancers which were brought to Kabul previously by Amir Sher Ali Khan and Amir Abdur Rahman Khan. It is male singer Satarju, it's also their female singers, possible dancers, Kakol, Gora, Subi, and sarang players also. They and their descendants made Kabul a center for Hindustani music. They are settled and in Kochai Kharabat, which was till recently there, but Taliban came, they actually removed this place, but what is now, it is not clear, but as well Indian musicians in Afghanistan as well as created new genres that became identifiable as Afghan art music, along with performing famous Indian genres such as Dorbat, Dhrupat, Khayal, and Tarana. Maybe some of these musicians also were toured or brought to Iran and played a role in development of Qajar court music. Some of Indo-Afghan musicians were in territory of Bukhara Emirate too, and though still the beginning of the 20th century, the Afghan Rubab were famous as Rubabi Hindi in Bukhara. The notice in Turkestansky Vedomosti 1874 related to dancing girls and musicians from Peshawar who were invited to Afghan court for serving in marriage ceremony of Prince Abdul Khan suggests that roaming within vast area were usual practice for Indian musicians. These were also some nomadic or semi-nomadic ethnic groups of gypsies such as Afghani Loli, Jogi, Mughal, here actually Hindustani, they named themselves Multani, etc., which were performers of some kind of popular and light musical genres. As usual, all sources are mentioned that these groups were excellent singers, musicians, dancers, and acrobats. Firdausi in Shahnama has mentioned that once 10,000 loris were sent to Iran by Indian ruler on the basis of request of Bahram Ghor V. The investigation of the story described by Firdausi did possible for some scholars conclude that this tribe was basically from Gandharva, modern Afghanistan. Many features are combining Lori with lower caste of India named Dom, which are traditionally musicians. They are easily picked out popular melodies of the region and begging money by singing. So they did these things within Silk Road. Actually, they settled there, quickly picked local melodies and use this for begging money. Archival documents of the Turkestan General Governmentship, which are preserved as state archives of Uzbekistan, Tashkent, are preserved some information and photographs of presence of Indian musicians, performers on sarod and tabla among Marwari, Shikarpuri merchants in caravansarais and Indian quarters of Bukhara and Tashkent. Russian researcher Lukoshin, in his articles published in Turkestansky Vedomosti in 1894, has mentioned that two big celebrations such as Janmashtami and Diwali were celebrated by Indians in Tashkent very gorgeously. Indian singers and musicians are also participated in such celebrations and sang devotional songs. Significant, those local populations were guests of such festivals and were well aware of Hindu customs. Those interrelations between India, Central Asia, and Iran never stopped and enriched by several kinds of rock such as Rocky Kashmiri, Rocky Hindi, as well as Ramkeli, Dhunasri, Gabri, Herat Kabuli instrumental pieces, Araki Kaburi, etc. Since the 20th century, the musical interrelations between India and Central Asia and Iran are raised to new level, and researchers are still investigating the results of such interrelations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karumat. We have learnt something new, certainly, besides the rich tapestry that you wove. I, for one, always thought that India's contacts across the Amu Darya were stopped by the Great Cayman when the British came here. But you say that the contacts reduced even from the 16th century, 17th century onward. I'm glad that you mentioned the Afghan connection, because there is still the family that you mentioned, the Sarang family of the Patiala Gharana. They are now located not in Kabul but in Noida. So you can listen to them if you reach out to them. And I'm sorry to say I don't want to intrude on the time of the next session. We have exactly 2 minutes left. So we can take just one question if there is. I see none, so, oh, sorry.
Thank you. I absolutely enjoyed both presentations. My question is to Dr. Karamat. You started by the Kushans and Buddhists and musicians traveling through Buddhism, and then you went on to the court musicians. So my question to you is, how would you differentiate between religious music and court music? And I know it's a big question, but just very briefly. Thank you.
If very briefly, actually, one Russian scholar Belayev, he wrote in one of his investigations that actually was two groups of musicians in a court of Kushan in Central Asia. One was from India, second one was from China, but Indian musicians were always welcomed. Also in Central Asia we have viharas, which is Buddhist viharas, which is actually sometimes told that Bukhara actually from Vihara came because it was a very big vihara in Bukhara, which is now there is other religious places. So there also it was musicians who did chanting. Actually, all music, yeah, it's professional music which we has. Also go to Samaveda and Avesta. Yes, so definitions just we defined that music which are used for religious or for spiritual some uses, yeah, it is a religious music, but what is I can't find, but music which are played in court, yeah, and or in places of noblemen, actually it is democratic music, yeah, and it is professional, but also we have other layers which I can't because short time. Also we have epic tellers, storytellers, yeah, it is a big, actually with Turks also they came, we have a very rich epic tradition. You also have, and it is some connections maybe, and after that we have folklore, yeah, which is also there is also just ceremonial music can be, and also can be religious some, yeah, because wandering these darwish fakirs also they are singing, and zikrs also rather. So it is much of information actually that can be just mentioned now, but what I would like to tell that maybe some epics like about Sokhni Mahiwal, yeah, where is that from Bukhara and Sokhni from Punjab area, they are actually reflecting these connections or interconnections which two areas has, and music as a soft power of all this region. It is actually brings together if I actually answer to you.
Thank you, Professor Chanda, and thank you, Dr. Karamat.
Actually, allow me, if it's possible, did one thing. Actually, I bring one. I would like to present to this presentation to chairman. If it's possible, it is, yeah, small presentation of Guria. Thank you. Just a memorable thing.
Come. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
I don't deserve one.
Of course you do.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for that really, really fascinating session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ambassador Prasad, for conducting it. So we have tea served outside, and we will be reconvening at 11:30 for the session on emigre artists broadly. And some of you would have received the abstracts. There were two abstracts on Farooq Beg and Persian artists of the Deccan and the trades of pre-modern Inner Asia. In case you haven't, there are some extra copies placed outside. So, yeah, so please join again at 11:30. Thank you. So good. Welcome back to our fifth session on changing landscapes, expanding imaginaries, something about emigre artists. And may I invite our chair, Professor K. Variku, and our speakers, I think two of them are here, and Dr. Irina Chernosenko to come to the dais. So I'll just introduce our chair briefly. Professor Variku founded the Center for Inner Asian Studies at JNU, where he taught for over 30 years. And he has traveled widely in the Central Asian republics and the Siberian region. He founded the quarterly journal Himalayan and Central Asian Studies in 1997. He has 23 books, which include Religion and Security in South and Central Asia, Himalayan Frontiers of India, Eurasia and India, Regional Perspectives, and his most recently, The Crossroads, Kashmir, India's Bridge to Xinjiang. So, just a reminder to all of us to please put our mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to this session where we have been having a very beautiful presentations, everything falling in place one after the other, like scales of onion. One we peel one and we come to other. We yesterday and today morning everything was unfolded beautifully one after the other, and very beautiful facets of and multifaceted aspects of interaction and mobility across Asia. So today this session is also very important. We have three eminent speakers. Dr. Navina Najat-Haider of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. She will speak on Farooq Beg and Persian artists in the Dakhin. And then we have Professor Robert Lederoth, Professor Emeritus, Northwestern University, Illinois. He will speak on the Trans-Himalayan travels of an 18th century artist, Zanskari artist, and his impact on their impact on his art. And Dr. Irina Chernosenko, who is a culturologist based in Barnaul, works in Altai State Institute of Culture at Barnaul, and she is also associated with the Aruswati. They have named it Aruswati, the Ethnocultural, Scientific and Educational Center in Ongadai at the Karakul Park. I have had an opportunity of visiting that park 3 times. They are trying to preserve the indigenous culture and heritage. It is the local Altaians believe that the Karakul Valley is very sacred, and I also could feel the vibes of that during my stay in there. Sumeru Parvat is from there. I made 3 pilgrimages thanks to her. A very difficult audience, but it was possible. So with that, I will request Dr. Navina to make her presentation.
Thank you so much. Well, I'd like to start by thanking the organizers and Mr. Shyam Saran for the invitation to speak here. It's been a wonderful experience to be at this conference, and I'm really honored to be able to contribute. Today, I'm going to be speaking to you about an artist, Farooq Beg, also known as Farooq Hussain, who was considered exceptional in his time and in ours, and has captivated scholarly and art historical interest since he was first identified. His trajectory from Iran to the Mughal and Deccani worlds allows us to trace not only his creative life, but also dimensions of Persian-Deccan exchange in the context of the art and visual culture of the wider Mughal world. Farrukh Beg's journey was first proposed by the late and much respected English art historian Robert Skelton, who recently passed away in 2022. Skelton, at the time, was a young curator at the Victoria and Albert Museum, still in his late 20s, whose bold theories on Farrukh constituted his first scholarly article, published in Ars Orientalis in 1957. There he presented a radical theory, that Farrukh Beg was the same artist as Farrukh Hussain, both names known from inscriptions on paintings and references in texts, and not the same as Farrukh Chela, Farrukh Khord, and Farrukh Kalan, also known from contemporary sources. According to him, Farrukh Beg served 5 courtly patrons: the Safavid prince Ibrahim Mirza at Mashhad, then Akbar's half-brother Mirza Muhammad Hakim at Kabul, followed by the Emperor Akbar at the Mughal court in Lahore, and then most controversially, Ibrahim Adil Shah II at Bijapur in the Deccan, where Farrukh created his most luminous works in a new style, and finally back again to the Mughal court under Akbar's son and successor Jahangir. From the painting styles, their small inscriptions, and the chronicles of the age, Skelton imaginatively teased out family and clan relationships involving a cast of characters around Farrukh, including the poet Muhammad Zuhuri, whose migration from Shiraz to the Deccan presaged that of Farrukh's, and whose kinship played an important role in his story. Skelton's article stimulated a series of responses, mostly angry repudiations early on, due to the gaps in the historical sources, inscriptional evidence, and most importantly, the shifts in style seen in Farrukh's painting under every patron. However, as more evidence has come to light from albums in Iran, the Jaipur Royal Collection, and other sources, most scholarly opinion has come to recognize Skelton's extraordinary prescience in many of his speculations. Over time, almost every major art historian working on painting has been drawn to the story of Farrukh. These include Anatoly Ivanov, Nazir Ahmed, Ashok Das, S.P. Verma, Ellen Smart, John Seiler, Milo Beach, Abul Ala Sudawar, Sue Strong, and Keelan Overton, among others, and their work forms a significant body of literature and connoisseurship. We are now at the point with Farrukh where we're really splitting hairs, and it's very interesting to be down there if you have the capacity to take on that kind of analysis. Our understanding of Farrukh is interwoven with the opinions of all these art historians who have responded to Skelton's initial proposal. But my aim today is not to go over old ground, but to synthesize the various storylines as much as possible in order to outline Farrukh's geographic movement across Iran, Central and South Asia, and examine ways in which his stylistic evolution, imagination, and treatment of subject matter reflect certain ideals of art and a vision of kingship that were developed in relation to his patrons and other artists. So of his approximately 26 inscribed or securely attributed works, I'm drawing out just a few key ones to trace the arguments. So Farrukh's ethnic origin is given by Abul Fazl as being Kalmak, a Turkic group, and I was very interested yesterday to hear the discussion about something of a similar name in Russia, which is something I wish to investigate. And he is thought to have been born possibly to calligrapher and illuminator Maulana Darvesh Hussain in Shiraz. His date of birth has been calculated to be 1547, based on an inscribed self-portrait that he made at the age of 70. From Shiraz, by the age of 19, he is thought to have been in Mashhad, where he was working at the court of the Safavid prince Ibrahim Mirza. Ibrahim Mirza was a grandson of Shah Ismail, founder of the Safavid dynasty of Iran, and he assumed governorship at Mashhad, where he became an active patron of the arts. He commissioned one of the greatest manuscripts from the Safavid period. Some people have described this as the last great, final sort of climax of Safavid painting, because it is very impressive and nothing really matched it in a certain way after that. And this was the illustration of the Haft Orang, or the 7 thrones, a reference to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper of Abdul Rahman Jami. For the next 9 years, 5 court calligraphers worked on the transcription of the poetic text, which provides mystical Sufi ideas in the form of didactic tales, and then another group of gifted artists illuminated and decorated it. This early part of Farrukh's life is not clearly defined, but possibly he contributed to the production of this lavish manuscript. Scholarly opinion ranges from a tentative 1 or 2 folios up to 29 folios. This particular one is the one that people have all agreed that Farrukh was involved, maybe executed the whole thing himself. Again, a lot of work is being done on the way each folio is being executed. So sometimes it's a group or 2 artists. So Farrukh might have been in partnership. So the story here shows, the image here is from the story of Yusuf and Zuleikha. And it illustrates an episode where Zuleikha enters the city, the capital city of Egypt, and is being welcomed by the Egyptians. From this illustration and another set of illustrations attributed to him in this early period that he was supposed to have done in Herat, Farrukh would have learned the fine techniques, the brushwork, the disciplined idioms of Persian painting, while also perhaps seeking to find a way to find his own artistic voice in that rigorous workshop. But he would have to wait until he got to the Deccan for that to truly happen. Here he would have learned how to mix the pigments, especially the jewel tones of luminous purple, malachite green, red orpiment, colors which were to intensify in his Deccan phase when he developed these early techniques into a powerful new expression. Farrukh's early movement across the Persian sphere was defined by one factor, a search for a patron, often a new patron at the death of an existing one. So it was when Ibrahim Mirza was poisoned by opium in 1576. Farrukh went to Kabul to the court of Mirza Muhammad Hakim. He was Akbar's half-brother, described as a forgotten prince, born to Humayun from Ma Chuchak Begum, the youngest of his 4 wives, and had been given Kabul as his territory where he presided, closely guided by his Naqshbandi advisors. While the Mirza was quite caught up in various rivalrous and militaristic moves against his half-brother Akbar, he also cultivated an artistic life, modeling himself on their common ancestor Babur in gardening and other cultural activities, including inventing a new type of hybrid apricot tree, admiringly mentioned by Jahangir, and pointed out by Munis Farooqi, who's written an excellent article on this prince. It is perhaps in this spirit of idealized outdoor simplicity, connection to nature, and a particular interest in trees that Mirza Hakim was captured in 2 delicately tinted drawings by Farrukh, now in the Gulshan album in Iran. In both instances, the prince is seated outdoors in front of a tree. In one instance, he's flanked by his attendants. In the second, he's shown with Khwaja Yaqut, a nobleman eunuch at the court, and the likely illuminator of some of the Gulshan album pages, which is indicated by the calligraphic tools at his waist. Had these paintings been known at the time when Skelton wrote his article, they would have added evidence to his arguments, for each of them is inscribed with the name Farrukh Hussain, and one is dated 1584, the year before the Mirza's death. But they came to light only later when published by Abul Ala Sudawar in 1999. Farrukh has used a calligraphic line, typical of the training that he would have had at Shiraz, and while the image of the prince in the outdoor setting was to become an established trope in his work, explored in detail in Ashok Das's 1998 article, Farrukh Beg, Studies of Adorable Youths and Venerable Saints, some elements here presage his future time in the Deccan. Farrukh shows Mirza Hakim with a musical harp, not knowing that in his future another patron would be a musician, famed for his passion for music, Ibrahim Adil Shah of Bijapur. And a small but important feature overlooked by most art historians is the image of a scarf or a cloth being presented to the ruler by an attendant. This feature is a fairly ancient signifier of Persian kingship, often seen in the hands of the ruler himself or being presented to him, or sometimes him being fanned by it, something we hardly see in the Mughal context, but appears quite prominently in the royal images of the Deccan, as I shall demonstrate. And here you can see more closely that image of the offering of the scarf. At Mirza Hakim's death in 1585, Farooq then joins Akbar's court at Lahore. And there's little scholarly dispute about this, thanks to Abul Fazl's mention in the Akbarnama of Farooq Beg the painter, who was brought from Kabul to Lahore with others from the household of the emperor's recently deceased half-brother. And Abul Fazl tells us, Farooq Beg, Musawwir, and others received suitable robes and horses, and trays of muhars and rupees. Various favors were conferred upon them. At Akbar's court, Farooq found himself in a period of energetic manuscript production. But unlike the mystical and poetic texts that he had illustrated in the past, Farooq found himself among the great history writing projects of Akbar's court, which were in full swing. The illustration of Babur's memoirs, the Baburnama, was among them, translated and organized from Chagatai into Persian several times, and most famously in 1589 by Abdurrahim Khan-e-Khanan. Farooq Beg was involved in that particular volume. Far from the subtle allusions to Babur under Mirza Hakim, here we have detailed evocations of Babur's life drawn from his own words. Milo Beach has argued that Farooq Beg was responding to the text and has also seen continuities in some of the figure styles and placements from the drawings made earlier for Mirza Hakim in Kabul. Babur writes of a very specific incident when he got intoxicated and rode back to his camp at night by moonlight. He says, "At midday, we rode off on an excursion. We got into a boat and drank spirits. We drank on the boat until late that night, left the boat roaring drunk, and got onto our horses. I took a torch in my hand and, reeling one side and then the other, let the horse gallop free-reined along the river bank all the way back to the camp. I must have been really drunk. The next morning I did not remember a thing, except that when I got to my tent, I vomited a lot." And that's Babur. And Milo Beach has pointed out that this very unusual depiction of Babur shown reeling on his horse without any color whatsoever is Farooq's way of showing the moonlight. It's quite faithful to the text as I've read it out, but there is this additional element of imagining it in a new way, something that we've never seen in Mughal painting before. And this is why Farooq merits sort of appreciation all through, because he shines out as an individual even in his own time, and you know, that's been recorded in all the sources. So now, despite despite the high mentions of him in the Mughal court and these important projects that he's doing, and I've just shown you a few of them here, Farooq disappears from Akbar's court, and by 1600 he has vanished, and he only appears again in the Mughal world after 1611. So where was he for those 10 years? What happened to Farooq? The great transformation of Farooq Beg happens with his shift to Bijapur, probably sometime around 1600. Scholarly theories abound for why and how he left Akbar's court when his patron was still alive. To answer the why, they include theories about his unquenched thirst for individualism within the Mughal industrial production line of manuscripts, Akbar's religious eclecticism, which was hard for the son of a Maulana to take, although as we shall see, Farooq Beg gets into even more hot water at Bijapur with the lefty liberal Ibrahim and goes on to has to go on to produce one of the greatest Hindu devotional images in painting. Another reason that's been suggested is the presence of his old friends from Shiraz in the Deccan region, including Muhammad Zuhuri and his father-in-law Malik Kumi, who I mentioned, and they were at the neighboring court of Ahmednagar and soon to shift to Bijapur in 1596. The lure of Ibrahim Adil Shah himself, who reigned from 1580 to 1627, and who was deeply sensitive to art, famed for his love of music, and his important project around the Kitab-e-Norras, a text of musical compositions attributed to Ibrahim. These are all sort of ideas about why Farooq left the Mughal court. But to answer the how, an opportunity might have arisen in 1601 when a marriage was to be arranged between Ibrahim's daughter, Sultana Begum, and Prince Danial, a son of Akbar. The person in charge of this union was a grandee of Injuit pedigree from Shiraz, Mir Jamaluddin Hussain, and Skelton suggested that Farooq Beg cleverly added himself into the barat or wedding party heading down to Bijapur that year. But Farooq may not have been a lone Persian at the Bijapur court, as young Ibrahim already had painters who were accomplished in Persianate idioms and developing a vision of kingship that must have resonated with Farooq Beg. This is the first known portrait of, at Bijapur, of the adolescent Shah, with his sprouting beard, and it is attributed to one of the other great painters of the Deccan, known as the Bikaner painter, not because he was from Bikaner, but because one of his great works from Bijapur ended up in the Bikaner collection. This painting demonstrates a Solomonic ideal blended with a medieval South Indian ceremonial practice to which Ibrahim was being connected. The broad, decorated textile around Ibrahim's turban was an important headpiece for royalty in southern India. In earlier medieval courts, it was often conferred at moments of transformation, such as a coronation. Pata Bandava Utsava. Sorry, I mashed that up. But it's been mentioned and described in Daud Ali's book on medieval South Indian kingship, which also includes many fascinating details of ceremonies and rituals that persisted from this medieval period into the rituals of this period. Upon this broad, prestigious headband, the artist has introduced verses that liken Ibrahim to Solomon. In verses from the Saqinama, the book of the cupbearer of Hafiz, in 7 of the cartouches, a line in the original text, and I hope you can see that with all that text that I've put up there. A line in the original text has been changed from Bejaye Sikandar, the place of Sikandar, to Betakhte Suleiman, the mention of Suleiman. May you stay on the throne of Suleiman for years. And this is a subtle but very significant change in the text. And this association with Solomon is, of course, it's an ideal of Islamic kingship in a more general sense, but it also appears in the epigraphic program of Ibrahim's tomb, the Ibrahim Rauza. And there's a close-up of the textile. And what's interesting also about the textile, I've been wondering about the textile itself, it might be meant to indicate a kalamkari, which is a local style of production. But it's a wonderful detail feature, and it's something that becomes very distinctive of Deccani turbans that you see in painting in general. Now, in another celebrated image of Ibrahim on the right by another anonymous master known as the Bodleian painter, another painter who was in Bijapur already, shows him in an outdoor setting in a lush garden. It has often been pointed out that Ibrahim holds a pair of castanets in one hand, the kind of castanets used for bhajans in a Hindu temple, and people have focused on this as evidence of his love of music and closeness to Hindu practice, where he was a devotee also of the goddess Saraswati. However, the other hand shows him carrying a small scarf known as a mandil or mindil, a long-standing symbol of Persian kingship, one that recalls the important place of the scarf in Farooq Beg's earlier picture of Mirza Hakim. An ancient term of Latin roots related to the word mantle, the mandil became the signifier of authority and royalty in the Islamic age, appearing in many contexts. Often it's plain white, but can also be colored, and in practice scented and possibly embroidered or woven. And you can see examples of this in the Seljuk period, and also in these images that I've shown you. That's Ibrahim Adil Shah's close-up of his hand with a small mandil, and next to him is a close-up of the ruler of the Shebanid dynasty at the time, just to show you how this was being done and was being expressed. Yes, and I actually have a feature here. This goes back to the Seljuk period. If you look carefully, you'll see that this carved image of a ruler is holding a cup in one hand and a sort of royal scarf, this little mandil, in the other hand. So anyway, you may not know this, but I've just split a hair right here and done it in this conference. So that's a great leap forward in the world of Ibrahim Bijapuri painting, because actually of all of this, this little feature hasn't really been noticed before. It's something that I'm just thinking about now, and I want to dwell upon it a little bit more. Just to show how important it was, actually, you begin to see that other images of Ibrahim show him either holding the scarf or being fanned by this prominent scarf. And actually, it's quite different from what the Mughals are doing, because in the same period, Jahangir, who's his contemporary, has really introduced the yak-tail chowri in the Mughal court. In one of these pictures, you see a scene from the Baburnama where the yak tails are they've been fermented in mare's milk and they're being honored by the army. And in another instance, you see Jahangir being fanned by a chowri made of a yak tail. And this is again another thing that I'd like to investigate a little bit more, because these little things are not often mentioned in historical texts. You have to tease them out of paintings to understand the subtle differences in the way kings were presenting themselves in the court and being understood in the court. So into this world, which is quite different from the Mughal court in these subtle practices, steps Farrukh Beg. But he's no longer Farrukh Beg. He's now gone back to being Farrukh Hussain, because Beg was an honorific title that was given to Farrukh Hussain in the Mughal context. I think it's still a question as to why he doesn't travel with his title and goes back to being Farrukh Hussain when he's in the Deccan. But into this world comes Farrukh Hussain, and he produces his most famous work. He depicts Sultan Ibrahim Adil Shah II riding alone through a luminous landscape of emerald forest, fluidly curving violet rocks and golden sky, the whole work infused with a sense of jewel-like illusion and projecting an otherworldly atmosphere that's a far cry from the naturalism and reportage of Mughal painting and the busy action of Persian painting at the time. It's almost as though the émigré artist has arrived home. But how do we know this is Farrukh Beg? This beautiful work became for a time the crucible upon which Skelton was repeatedly thrown because of his suggestion that he was the same painter. But luckily, John Seiler and Ellen Smart came to the rescue in 1995 with their article. Seiler had by then established his extraordinary ability to discover tiny hidden inscriptions in paintings. Even small smudges reveal themselves to be inscriptions. And Ellen Smart had noticed and confirmed that a very tiny smudge at the very edge of the work, only visible by super high resolution photography or microscope, was possibly an inscription. And then this was in fact read by Seiler. And I've reproduced it here on the screen, and you can see that it says just what it needs to say, not Amale Farrukh Hussain, but Amale Farrukh Beg Ast. So, but it was with Chandramani Singh's 2004 publication Art Treasures in Rajasthan that Farrukh Hussain was to emerge in a new and yet more extraordinary light. This publication reproduced works from the registry in Jaipur, including items from the royal collection that have been noted there. From this publication, we first learn about an extraordinary painting, an image of the Hindu goddess Saraswati enthroned. This vision of divinity is the first time that Saraswati has been imaged in such a context, and it took a Muslim artist from Shiraz to break that new ground, both for himself and for art as a whole. This Saraswati sheds light on Farrukh's close involvement with the Kitab-e-Ras, for it incorporates into that composition key verses from a song in the text where Ibrahim declares himself to be, who declares that his father is Ganesh and his mother the pious Saraswati. So if we just stop for a minute to look at the painting, you see Saraswati on a golden throne with high walls. She's dressed in white, she carries her veena. There is a peacock vahan down below. There are images of foxes and other animals on the vases, which we will understand in a certain way in a minute. Above her are two angels holding a broad band, an illuminated textile, above which are the verses of the Kitab-e-Noras, and above that are these incredible little elephants that are mentioned in the text and are known from history, the elephants Atash Khan and Chanchal, who were royal elephants in the Bijapur court. And you can see what the song says. And if we get up close, you can see the inscriptions better. The one down below on the stairs says Kamtarin. I've read it as Kamtarin Farooq Hussain Musawwar Ibrahim Shahi. And it's actually a little bit difficult to read because it goes up and down the stairs in a certain way. And, you know, I'm looking forward again to discussing these inscriptions with people who are willing to look at them with me. Because this one in particular is very fuzzy, so the painting has not been seen. It's all from reproduction, so we think we're on the right track, but we always have to keep asking that question. So this incredible painting is, you know, lent itself to a lot of new thoughts by scholars. And I would really like to cite the new scholarship by Keelan Overton, from which we have a fresh avenue into understanding how Farooq Beg came up with this image. If you think about the amount of conceptual leaps he had to take, and the amount of internal development he had to make, and the depth he had to find within himself to come up with this incredible image, one of the clues that Keelan Overton has guided us towards is to look at the image of Solomon and Queen Sheba in the visual traditions of Shiraz, from where we know that Farooq came. And quite often you find a double illustrated frontispiece like the one I'm showing you, where you have Solomon on one side and you have Bilqis on the other side, the Queen of Sheba. And you see her quite similar to the way Saraswati is understood on a throne. I mean, I'm showing you this particular one, but there are many, many examples from Shiraz painting, some that show thrones that are actually very close to the one that we have in the painting. Here you have the little stairs going up, and quite often in Shiraz painting, artists put their inscriptions on that little staircase as a kind of humble thing. In this particular story, you find that all the animals have also collected around this court. They've been tamed by this great royal couple, and maybe some of the foxes and so on that you see on the vases in the Saraswati painting are citing that. So just a quick word about the elephants, because you've probably read and heard about them quite a lot, but I just remind us that Atash Khan, the elephant portrayed in the Saraswati painting, you see him with another shadowy elephant behind him, and that same composition exists in an independent painting as well. So we have two versions of that subject in existence. And Atash Khan, the elephant portrayed here, was Ibrahim's favorite, described by the Sultan in the Kitab-e-Noras. But by 1602, Atash Khan had either drowned, as is suggested in Ibrahim's song number 9, or was otherwise rendered useless, much to his master's grief. Atash Khan's mate, Chanchal, appears as a demure and shadowy presence beside him. She was given to the Mughal Emperor Akbar in 1604, embarking with the ambassador Asad Beg on a long journey northward to the Mughal court, during which time she reportedly exhibited a great fondness for Portuguese wine. So therefore this painting and this group of paintings is dated to some time before her departure in that year, and the presumed decline of Atash Khan. So we're almost done with Farooq's journey. I just have to bring him back up to North India for you. And to complete you know, the work that Skelton, the vision that Skelton laid out and that we have all been working with. So a new turn for Farrukh. How does he come back up to North India? Same problem. We have to find a reason why somebody goes, a reason how somebody comes, and you know, how it was all executed. So the key, again, when Skelton wrote his 1957 article, he didn't know about this painting, but it came to light soon after, and he was delighted because it actually really supported his argument in many ways. Just as we needed to find a key connection between, you know, of something saying Farrukh Beg in the Deccan, we need to find something saying Farrukh Hussain in the north. This isn't quite that, but it's getting there. You can see that it's a page from the Jahangir's Gulshan album. One of the observations that we can make about the Gulshan album is that Deccani pictures are quite often mounted with European prints on the same folio. But let's get close to this picture. And you'll see a long inscription on the bottom. This is Ibrahim shown with his favorite musical instrument, which he writes about in the Kitab-e-Norras, musicians who are clapping before him. Excuse me. So, and this sort of interesting inscription. So, here's what the prevailing theory about this is. Farrukh Beg needs to be welcomed back into the northern court. We still don't know why he left Bijapur and why he went back up to the north. But according to Skelton, another old friend came to his rescue. And this was none other than the great Mughal calligrapher Muhammad Hussain Zareen Kalam, or Golden Pen, who wrote the inscription in his own hand down below. Now, he had the diplomatic task of having to present this image of Ibrahim to Jahangir as a great painting of a lesser king by an artist who had shifted loyalties. And so the inscription, what he says about it is really important. So he says, oh, sorry. Okay, I'm almost done. I apologize for this. It's just that this is the very last thing. What he says is that he refers to him as Ibrahim Adil Khan, not Shah, which is a much lesser title than what the Mughals, that's what the Mughals thought of the Deccani rulers. And he also puts him down a little bit by saying he considers himself superior to the masters of musical arts. But he dates it 1610, 1611, and confirms that the artist here is Farrukh Beg. So therefore, this is as close as we can get to a bridge between Farrukh Hussain of the south and Farrukh Beg of the north on his reverse journey. So thank you for making this journey with me and with all the scholars who've dedicated 70 years of research, hair splitting, very, very delicate points to eke out the story of this very important artist of the 16th and 17th centuries. Thank you.
Because the three papers are distinct themes, if we can take one or two questions for this paper, please. If there is any question or comment or anything. No. So we move on to next presentation by Professor Robert Lindro, Zanskari artist.
Is this okay? Well, while this is being set up, I would just also express my thanks to the organizers and to the audience for coming here today. It's an honor. Thank you. And we're set up, and the lights as dim as possible. It's the images that count for me. This talk focuses on a documented instance of trans-Himalayan travel and artistic transmission. one that was not a response or reaction to Western incursions into Asia, but prompted by indigenous concerns. It's an example of intra-Asian transference of religious and cultural knowledge and practice, demonstrating the circulation of individuals across long distances, even among valleys and ranges, mountain ranges that are or were usually considered remote or isolated. Jedpa Dorje, who I will, that forward. Thank you very much. Jedpa Dorje was born and raised in Zangskar, near a remote monastery known as Dzongkhul, which was built around caves associated with the meditations of the great Indian Mahasiddha Naropa of the circa 10th to 11th centuries. Dzongkhul maintained its reputation into the 20th century as a retreat center, famous for its yogi monks, including Jedpa Dorje's father, who was a famous, regionally, a famous Siddha, poet, and abbot of Dzongkhul. Dzongkhul was affiliated with the Drukpa lineage associated with Bhutan, which had been spreading to Ladakh in Zangskar, especially in the 17th century. Jedpa Dorje succeeded his father as abbot of Dzongkhul, and according to a very brief autobiography, his fame attracted Lama Karmastanzin from eastern Tibet, who became abbot after Jedpa Dorje's death, and in turn, Jedpa Dorje's son, Kungacholak, who was only 9 when his father died, succeeded Lama Karmastanzin as abbot. Now, Kungacholak, by the way, was one of the teachers of Zomo de Koros, who we heard about yesterday, when he was in Zangskar at a couple of monasteries, not at Dzongkhul, but at Zangla and at Pukta. Now, all 4 members of this charismatic lineage, including Jedpa Dorje's father, Nawang Tsering, are depicted in sculpture and painting in various shrines within Dzongkhul, and the stupa reliquaries of both Lama Karma and Jedpa Dorje are also found in the vicinity of the monastery. Most of the known sculptures of Nawang Tsering are attributed to his son, Jedpa Dorje, including one at Dzongkhul, which you see here on the left, and one at Tarkungse, between Dzongkhul and Padum. A painted image of his father, definitely by Jedpa Dorje, as he had signed and indicated his name on the back, is part of a tanka preserved in a remote village, a special type of painting that will be discussed further below. Another painting of Nawang Tsering at Dzongkhul is attributed to Jor Tsering, who was Jedpa Dorje's Zangskari painting teacher and a contemporary of Nawang Tsering. Now, presumably in the late teens or early 20s, Jedpa Dorje, perhaps around the mid-18th century, left Zangskar for Bhutan via Nepal and Tibet and reached the Bhutanese winter capital at that time, Punakha. To get a rough sense of the distance, all of it mostly on foot, but perhaps in part on horseback, I consulted Mr. Google, whose recommended route is more than 3,000 kilometers, avoiding some of the highest mountain ranges and dipping down into the present-day northern Indian states of UP and Bihar. The more direct route may have been shorter in distance, but not in the number of days required, as it would have required many more and many higher passes. But either way, at least 3 months or more of walking in each direction. The purpose of the journey was to receive advanced Drukpa Kagyu Buddhist teachings, and it's recorded that among Jedpa Dorje's teachers was Kanchen Nawang Trinli at Punakha. Previously, Nawang Trinli had been the head lama of the famous Swayambhu stupa in Nepal before becoming a leader at Sula Monastery just to the north of Punakha. Now, Kanchen Nawang Trinley was himself known for creating many sculptures and religious images, so Jedpa Dorje may have also trained in the religious arts under his religious teacher. During Jedpa Dorje's 6 years in Bhutan, he also studied calligraphy, where his teacher was recorded as being Lopon Dawa. On Jedpa Dorje's way back to Zangskar, he made a pilgrimage to both the Bodhnath and Swayambhunath stupas, where his Bhutanese teacher had previously been head lama in Kathmandu Valley. He also visited Mount Kailash and Lake Manasarowar and traveled to Purang in West Tibet to Toling, which was, I think, mentioned yesterday by Professor Shashibala. This was the former capital of the Puranguge kingdom. Now, this lengthy sojourn surely exposed him to a wide swath of Himalayan art and styles and formats from the various cosmopolitan regions he visited. And the travel undoubtedly had major implications for the art that he produced in Ladakh and Zangskar upon his return. Although he must have seen a great deal while traveling, while he visited the great pilgrimage sites in Nepal and central and western Tibet, probably the biggest impact on his art were the years in Bhutan. And that, I believe, is manifested most clearly in the art he produced over a few decades after his return to Zangskar. Now, a great deal of artwork is attributed to Jedpa Dorje in Zangskar. He's one of the most famous individual painters there. And not all of it can be accepted at face value. And of course, much has been destroyed over the centuries. However, several surviving sites are briefly mentioned in his biography, written by his direct student and successor, just as he had put together the life and the writings of his father and predecessor, though in both cases not without dates, unfortunately. Now, more is being discovered, such as 2 paintings with long inscriptions by him in a remote village, and the promising holdings of Bardan and Dzongkul monasteries, which have not yet been systematically inventoried. They're very protective because certain Western adventurers acquired objects from those monasteries and kept them for themselves. Thus, sorting out his oeuvre and his developmental chronology is still very much a work in progress. But I would like to first illustrate an instance of his receptivity to what he experienced during his travels with a simple example. Now, Ladakh and Zangskar are known for snow leopards, marmots, foxes, ibexes, and yaks, but certainly not for elephants. Thus, when called upon to depict elephants as part of Buddhist iconography, local artists represented elephants with shapeless bodies, disproportionate legs, and unconvincing heads. They painted without ever having set eyes on the creature, except in their imagination. Jedpa Dorje, on the other hand, painted very convincing elephants at a shrine not far from Dzongkul, known as Shilatse. This highly unusual stupa was built inside a pre-existing building by the artist as a memorial enshrining relics of his famous father, Nawang Sering, and is securely tied to Jedpa Dorje, probably well after he would return to Zangskar. The elephants are painted on the outside of a stupa reliquary, and on the walls surrounding the stupa is his elaborate calligraphy, again, something that he had studied in Bhutan. And it writes out a Dharani prayer dedicated to Akshobhya Buddha from a Buddhist tantric text known as the Sarva Durgati Parishodhana, frequently used in Zangskar for commemoration of the deceased and in requesting favorable rebirth. Now, only someone who had seen and carefully studied elephants would have drawn the gentle bulges on the crown and between the forehead and trunk, as well as the roundness of their bodies and the proportional thickness of their legs. I've never seen such convincing representations of elephants in Ladakh or Zanskar, except in Alchi, but those were painted by Kashmiri artists who were familiar with elephants imported from eastern India. Now it's worth comparing Jedpa Dorje's elephant on the right with one depicted some 50 years earlier by a Zangskari artist in a manuscript preserved in nearby Kumik village. While many of the works he is credited with creating in Ladakh and Zanskar still survive, comparing them to work in Punakha Dzong in Bhutan in order to demonstrate what he absorbed while studying there is much more challenging. For one thing, overpainting to freshen murals is standard in Himalayan Buddhist contexts. And by the time I visited Punakha Dzong in 2011, there had repeatedly been devastating fires at Punakha, and floods had washed away parts of complexes built along the Po River at least 5 times between 1859 and 1994. And after each fire and flood, major rebuilding and restoration work was completed. So I saw nothing while I was there that Jedpa Dorje could have seen. Thus I'm obliged to use other Bhutanese kamparanda rather than murals still surviving at Punakha. For one example, one can compare an 18th century black ground painting from Bhutan on the left of a form of the wrathful protector Mahakala to a mural painting in the Sani monastery in Zanskar. It's in the wrathful protector shrine that is by Jedpa Dorje, and it's only a few hours walk from Dzongkul. Notice the treatment of the skulls and the crowns, the jewelry on the chest, the shading of the flames, and the distinctive use of a light or medium blue contrasting with a peacock green for the outer and inner feathers of the wings. We even see a similar reddish attendant on Mahakala's proper left offering up a skull bowl and flourishing a blue sword in both versions. Now, other such comparisons can be made using Jedpa Dorje's painting from the north wall of Stagna Monastery in Ladakh, north of Zanskar. The Stagna Lakangningma, the old main shrine, is in the regional headquarters for a branch of the Drukpa lineage, receiving royal support from the Ladakhi kings and affiliated with a wealthy and powerful international movement of the Drukpas based in Bhutan. Stagna then comprised highly educated elite monks with connections, if not origins, in Tibet or Bhutan. This royally supported, internationally connected monastery was able to commission the best artists available. At some point after Jedpa Dorje returned from Bhutan, he was invited to Stagna in Ladakh to paint its murals. In giving him, and this is one of his murals in that shrine, in giving him this task, the monastic leaders would theoretically have afforded him a generous amount of time for the execution of the painting, and also to supply him with the finest of painting materials, mineral pigments, and the rest. These factors, the high expectations from his patrons, extra time, and the best pigments enabled him to produce what is arguably his finest work. They are lavishly rendered in terms of detailing, imagination, and color modeling. The Stagna murals share features and bear comparisons with fine 18th century work from Bhutan, which Jedpa Dorje certainly would have seen while he was studying there. The Stagna monks revere these works to this day as sources of inspiration, both religious and, can we say, artistic. The subject matter, as well as the painting itself, in this case, is related to Bhutanese painting. As for the themes, dozens of figures are organized in hierarchical scale around 3 large portraits of Drukpa monks wearing distinctively fan-shaped hats of the Drukpa Kagyu lineage. The central and most important figure is inscribed as Muchen Ngawang Namgyal, referring to Jabdrung Ngawang Namgyal, the founder of the Drukpa Kagyu in Bhutan. On his right is Kungken Pema Karpo, who was an important Drukpa Kagyu thinker and writer from central Tibet, whose incarnation Ngawang Namgyal was recognized to be. On Jabdrung's left is Choje Mugzin, who is the representative of the Jabdrung Ngawang Namgyal to Ladakh and credited with building or perhaps rebuilding Stagna. So comparisons with 18th century Bhutanese paintings of the Jabdrung and Pema Karpo with Jedpa Dorje's versions reveal a number of shared characteristics. And these include contrasting rich blue and red palette, dense gold patterning on the hats and vestments, the floral surroundings, the convolutes in the cloud patterns which regularly shift, and the shading of the cloud color. Jedpa Dorje's composition on the north wall at Stagna is quite standard for Drukpa Kagyu paintings of teachers of the 18th and 19th centuries. A large seated teacher at the center is surrounded by predecessors and students arranged symmetrically, with the teacher seated on an elaborate throne and a small altar table below him on which offerings are arranged. Greenish hills, punctuated by elaborate bushes of peonies, give way to a rich blue sky against which revered deities and exemplars float on puffy colored clouds. The orientation and the configuration of individual figures is equally predetermined. Some of Jedpa Dorje's distinctive patterns in painting faces seem to have been forged during this time, and they surface in later paintings as well, though this is not a theme that I have time to explore here. Nevertheless, these examples are to me the clearest evidence of the direct impact of Jedpa Dorje's exposure to Drukpa painting in Bhutan, and I would suggest that they were done soon after his return to the Western Himalaya. I would like to share two more examples which are subtler and perhaps reflect a later, more mature artist who has fully assimilated or digested the Bhutanese models and was then inspired to creatively develop, extend, or even in some cases transcend the foundational work of his distant Bhutanese teachers. At Relagong village, about 2 days' walk from Jedpa Dorje's monastery at Zongkul, I photographed a tranche of related paintings, two of which have inscriptions by Jedpa Dorje himself. As already mentioned, one depicts his father, who you see on the right, and the inscription on the back, among other things, specifically mentions his father as my own root guru. Further, it states that, quote, quoting a translation, this painting was done by me, the childlike teacher, the yogi Jedpa, myself, end quote. The inscription also states that the 18th century sponsor, a woman who contemporary villagers state was an ancestor of the family that still owns the painting, had offered precious materials such as silver and gold to Jedpa Dorje for the sake of her father and mother, on whose kindness she constantly reflects. That's also from a translation from the inscription. Now note that the figures are all done with black lines on shades of gold with minimal color, merely blue for the hair, a touch of red in the eyes and lips. In the 18th century painting in Bhutan, there are many paintings in which the deities are painted in gold, but as yet I've not found any in which the whole painting, including the background, is gold or silver. I've consulted Ariana Maki and Diane Myers, both specialists in Bhutanese art, and to date they too have not seen any examples where not only the figures but also the background is gold or silver. Now, background paintings called nagtang in Tibet are common, and gold or sirtang are known, but Jedpa Dorje seems to have experimented not only with the gold wash, but also more commonly silver for the entire painting. There are 5 such silver or gold paintings at Relagong, at a village shrine, 2 signed by him, and probably the rest also by him or his students. Others can be found at nearby Drukpa monasteries in Ladakh and Zangskar, but they are usually attributed to Bhutan. They may actually be the work of Jedpa Dorje. The exposure to the art of Bhutan on top of the inheritance of training in the religious arts practiced in Zangskar, I would argue, gave Jedpa Dorje a perspective that was not limited to a single tradition. That freed or inspired him, as I see it, to confidently experiment beyond the norms of his time and place. So my final examples exemplify this innovative attitude, which I believe captures his later art making in general, not merely in terms of the Bhutanese connections. They demonstrate that he was not merely reproducing the art of his Zangskari teacher, Jor Tsering, nor that of his Bhutanese artist teachers, but rather creating fresh treatments of the work of his regional and trans-regional contemporary artists. Now, I believe he had a special feeling for animals, as seen on the passageway stupa on the outside of it, built at nearby Padum, that features dramatically lively lions. Unfortunately, the paintings on the interior they were up inside the hollowed-out interior of the stupa. These paintings on the interior were destroyed by Pakistani invaders during the First Indo-Pakistani War in 1947-48. Another example of his original artistry is a detail from the murals he did inside the Sani shrine. I showed you the Wrathful Protector mural before. And it features a similar lion. Another minor scene from these Sani murals by Jetpa Dorje shows a lay scribe writing on a piece of paper. Now, in a different room in the same shrine is a similar scene painted by his Zangskari teacher, George Sering. The comparison reveals Jetpa Dorje's boldness. On the one hand, the writer is seen from behind, and on the other hand, although the writing is not quite legible, a couple of consonants and vowels draw the viewer in to see if it can be read. It's clear from a distance that for George Sering's writer is yet to begin making marks. This and other images reveal that Jetpa Dorje is willing to play, to intrigue or challenge the viewer to decipher minor sub-narratives not iconographically necessary, but making the visual experience of viewing come alive. Now, as a concluding example, again from Relagong, this example seems to have been made to comfort pious villagers who are memorializing deceased parents, as in the earlier discussed inscription, so that their loved ones will have a favorable rebirth. It's another silver painting featuring the Buddha at the center. Very small at bottom center is the image of a woman being reborn within a lotus in the Buddha's Pure Land. Her palms together in reverence to the Buddha, she takes one last reassuring look at the intended viewer, no doubt the son or daughter of the deceased and reborn woman depicted, the sponsor who supplied Jetpa Dorje with a donation, including silver for the painting. What a touching vignette, rewarding the viewer in several different ways. Some of that is, of course, due to Jetpa Dorje's maybe compassionate character and also memory of the loss of his own parents. But the confidence to make these artistic decisions and enhancements can also be attributed, at least in part, to Jetpa Dorje's exposure to and participation in an Asia on the move. A close reading of Jetpa Dorje's painting at Stagna and elsewhere reveals the visual expression of intra-Himalayan religious and artistic networks in which the more cosmopolitan values do not so much replace or obliterate regional characteristics, but augment them. It resists a diffusionist model of the dissemination of religious teachers, teachings, and artistic practice from a putative center, central Tibet, Bhutan, to the periphery, Ladakh, Zangskar. Rather, this attentiveness to Jetpa Dorje's many certain strokes makes visible the interactive, creative, and productive processes which were at work in one artist who earned regional renown after trans-regional experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing us face to face with Jetpa Dorje's contribution. So if there are any comments or questions, we can take up one or two.
Sir?
Is there? Please.
Well, sir, you have given a very panoramic view of the land of long tranquilities, calmnesses and quietnesses, nestling in the Himalayas. Can you tell us briefly about the latest status, position, fate and future of Potala Palace in Lhasa?
Of the Potala?
Potala.
That in Lhasa in Tibet.
Yeah.
So I was talking about Ladakh and Zanskar, and not many months ago, I gave a talk in this room called "Why Ladakh is Not Tibet." But nevertheless, the fate of the Potala in Lhasa is up to the Chinese rulers of the Tibetan Autonomous Region, and they have cleared out the whole front part of it so that troops and tanks, if necessary, can roll through. They've cleared out a lot of the urban legacy for security purposes, as far as I can see, and they've turned what used to be, the palace of the Potalaka, which is the palace of Avalokiteshvara. They've turned it into a museum at best. As for the future, I'm sorry, you'll have to ask our chair.
It is in the Chinese protective custody.
I had a question. How do you compare the work of Zatpa Dorje with his contemporaries? Like you showed about the elephant drawings, how he was so distinctive, and did he gain extra difference due to his Bhutanese studies? And was it a given that all of them were monks, all the painters?
Well, first of all, yeah, I think that was I think you've grasped pretty much my point, that his travels and exposure to other kinds of art inspired him, and he, I have a hard time with you notice that I never said influence. I have a problem with that term because it suggests a passive reception, whereas in fact artists have great agency in saying, "Oh, I like that. I'm taking it." Whereas the source of that has no idea that a Zangskari artist is taking things from them. So what is this about influence? It's actually a proactive process. So he took what he wanted, used it as he liked. And I think he did. I think that those experiences did have an effect on his total oeuvre, both in terms of inspiring him to say, "Hey, there's a lot of different things going on. I don't have to stick with just the thing that I know." But at the same time, he had absorbed a system that channeled his art in a particular way. So it wasn't totally abandoning the traditions that he had earned, but it was tweaking them. And I think he did stand out a little bit from his contemporaries. So that answers one of the questions.
Thank you. Last one from Jyoti. Please.
Thank you so much.
The last.
Just a quick question to Navina Heather, if I may.
We can have later.
Just a quick question to Navina Heather, if I may first. If you can tell us a little bit more about why Ibrahim wanted Saraswati to be his mother and Ganesh as a father. And I'm not sure whether you want to use the word syncretic. I hope you won't. And the other is to Robert Lynn, to you, Professor. If you could helpfully take a page out of what Navina said about Farooq Beg and why he traveled to the Bijapur and why he comes back to North India. Can you tell us why Mr. Dorji goes to Bhutan and why he comes back?
Thank you.
First things first.
Well, I mean, we know that Ibrahim has a great devotion to the idea of vidya, or knowledge. I think there's a thought that Bijapur itself is a corruption of the word Vidyapur. Now I hear different things. Sometimes people say it's Vijaypur, but in certain literature it's considered to be a corruption of Vidyapur. And and from the Kitab-e-Noras text, that's where we get this idea. So, and the images that show him with the one that I showed with the castanets. So there's many ways in which we understand Ibrahim's devotion to Saraswati, and especially the opening text for the Kitab-e-Noras, where he evokes the Prophet Muhammad, he evokes the patron saint Gesu Daraz, who's the great saint of the area, and he also evokes the goddess Saraswati. But we don't know why he was motivated to do that. That's another question. Yeah.
Very, very briefly, the stated reason that he traveled was to get advanced religious teachings from the teachers who were respected by his father and by the tradition. I think he was also a young man, ambitious maybe, and wanted to see the world. But that's just speculation on my part. It's hard to tell exactly what his motivations were.
Thank you. Now we request Dr. Irina, who will be speaking about place of Altai in the conception of Trans-Himalayan expedition of Nicholas Roerich.
The contemporary processes of Eurasian peoples' consolidation acquire not only political and economical meaning, but the culturological one as well. Nikolai Roerich was not only an artist, a traveler, a writer, but also a scientist and a philosopher. He built up his own conception of culture that was based on the laws of cosmic evolution. He assigned in it a significant place to the problem of East-West. Rudyard Kipling affirmed that the West is the West and the East is the East, and the twins will never meet. But Roerich, on the contrary, presumed that cultures of the West and the East has common roots, and it needs to find them in the Middle Asia. To prove his needs to find them of the Middle in the Middle Asia. To prove his hypothesis, he acquired the Trans-Himalayan expedition in 1924 to 1928 years. The expedition discovered thousands of exhibits, and the same period the artists had painted about 500 pictures and sketches. Why the Himalayan expedition of Nikolai Roerich unique? Russian philosopher and historian representative of the philosophical and political movement Eurasianism, Lev Gumilev, argued that every ethnos presents itself as an original form of human adaptation in biosynosis of the landscape. The main mission of the expedition was the proof of the common sizes of Eurasian culture and the search in the Central Asia. In spite of different height, but due to different latitudes, the southern latitude of the Himalayan siphons the shape of the climate of its alpine plateaus. The landscapes of these mountain Asian systems formed such similar climatic conditions that flora and fauna of both regions are almost identical. Therefore, it is logical to expect that similar landscapes create the similar conditions for the cultural genesis of these territories. based on the theory of containing landscapes by Lev Gumilev. Nikolai Rurik, during his Trans-Himalayan expedition, concretized the given sense by the definition. Truly, the Altai, the Himalayas are two magnets, two equilibriums, two foundations. Yuri Rurik wrote about his father. For Nikolai Konstantinovich, the Altai in the north and the Himalayas in the south were the poles of the united grandiose mountains world. His mental look enveloped the whole unbounded space of the inner Asia, from the tops of the Altai to the tops of the Himalayas. Nikolai Konstantinovich selected for many years of life the Kulu Valley in western Himalayas. It is characteristic that the snowy top of Gepang, rising above the valley, vividly resembles by its outlines far northern Beluga. To confirm the idea of unity of the two poles of tension between which the genesis of Eurasian culture took place, Rurik founded the Urusvati Research Institute in the Kulu Valley. Rurik defined that the second magnet might be in Altai. Urusvati Institute, this name means the light of morning star, was the establishment of the new type, the synthesis of knowledge of the West and the East comprised the basis of its work. Nowadays, the scientific and educational ethnocultural center Urusvati, the name means pure light of creation, is successfully operating in the Altai in the Karakol Valley on the base of the special protected natural territory Karakol Ethno-Natural Park Uchinmek. The center develops and concretizes this idea of Nikolai Rurik. Since 2013 of the threshold of 19th anniversary of Trans-Himalayan expedition, the scientists and cultural workers of the Altai and India have formed the Scientific Creative Collective. The aim of it was the realization of the scientific research project, the Altai, the Himalayas New, 2013 to 2023 years. The project aimed to confirm the mentioned Rurik's concept in the light of the contemporary scientific discoveries in the area of natural and humanitarian sciences. The project participants you can see on the slide. The present project assumes that Rurik's intuitive epiphanies have real basis nowadays, because the two magnets of scientific attraction were placed in the Himalayas, the Kulu Valley, and in the Altai, the Karakol Valley. On this ground, the researchers which synthesize the achievements of Eastern and Western science take place. Within the frameworks of the project, researchers conduct expeditions on the territories of the Altai and Himalayas. During them, scientists reveal the reference points of Eurasian scientific cultural interaction of the conditions of relative containing landscapes. According to the proposal of the president of Himalayan Research and Cultural Foundation, Professor Variku, the Altai scientists prepared two releases of the scientist articles collections of the journal Himalayan and Central Asian Studies, 24th Altai Special and 2022 the Sacred Altai. As important was Altai to Rurik says the fact that the researcher diverged from the main route rather far south Altai during Trans-Himalayan expedition. The author of this research had managed to trace the route of Nikolai Rurik along Altai rather thoroughly and plotted on the map. The most number of questions in Rurik's study are the routes from Верхний Uymon, Upper Uymon, the village, from Верхний Uymon to Desert Altai. There weren't any attempts of refinement the routes data and any of the researches of Nikolai Rurik heritage. Also, very little is known about the Altaic painting cycle of Nikolai Rurik in study of art. Not all the pictures and etudes are found. The whereabouts of many of them are unknown. Some compositions are only mentioned in catalogs, and the range of canvases which are connected with Altai landed abroad, especially the paintings of the second half of the 20th and 30th years of the 20th century, when the artist's connection with Russia was severe. The author of this work managed to find out and precise the catalog's data of 48 artist pictures concerning the researching period, and distinguish them into self-dependent so-called Altaic circle. Also, a major role in identifying Altai landscapes with artists' works was played the materials collected by the author of this work during numerous expeditions in Altai from 1995 to 2022 years. What was attract the artist and traveler in the place? Why did he plan to come back here and continue researches? Why do we see Beluga again in his last painting, which was unfinished in Israel because of the artist's death during his work? White Mountain Beluga is the magnet which attracts southern Siberian and Eurasian nations. It is not only the highest peak of the Silver Mountains. Silver means northern. 4,506 meters, this mountain. Many legends and predictions are connected with it. Here in Altai, the Ruriks must discover conditions for further evolutionary planet development. Altai is not only the pearl of Siberia, but the pearl of Asia as well. In today's history, along with the other points of view, Altaic centrist culture conception exists. The Indian Rurik expressed this thought one of the first. Altai is the unopened treasure in prehistorical and as well as in historical approaches. The Indian scientist Padmashri Rishi, searching the Indian initial birthplace of areas, found out it in Altai. Meru in Purans, neither more no less than Altaic mountains in Central Asia. The main whereabout of the created god Brahma was in Meru itself. Rurich writes so in one of his letters to Bulgakov, the same. When you visited our center in Paris, you probably saw my etude Beluga. The Paris etude images Beluga from southern slope. The mountain by itself has more than one peak, but overall a system, a so-called crown. That is why entirety, a new each time unique view is opened from different viewpoints. That is wrote by himself, Beluga, which is visited or is whispered even by deserts, itself is seen the best from the Studiony Belok, called range, it means. Some specialists suppose that exactly this view is depicted in the painting the precepts of the teacher. Altai artist and researcher of creativity Nikolai Rurich, Leopold Cisulevich, wrote, the last Rurich picture remaining on easel, incompleted without lasted details and dubs, also is devoted to Altai. The author of this researching takes the liberty of to confirm that the famous etude of Nikolai Rurich saving in Paris is not painted from life, but most likely from photography, Russian geographer and glaciologist Vasily Sapozhnikov. During the comparison of etude Beluga and photo of Sapozhnikov, the absolute identity of snow cover spots and glaciers outlines strike the eye. And this is impossible because the photo was done during the expedition in 1897, but the picture was painted almost 30 years later. The additional confirmation of the spoken hypothesis, the comparison of Beluga's peaks outlines. The second from the left double peak by Sapozhnikov and in etude of Rurich was so different peaks height that in victory painting they fuse in one peak because the highest peak merges the neighboring. But in our photo, the double outline of the second peak is seen clearly. Both peaks are almost equal by heights. It is known that in 1900, one of the hilltops or spokes of Beluga changed its outline, and in 1904 the second spoke fell down. It is worth reminding that the expedition and photo of Sapozhnikov refer to 1897 year. Therefore, Rurich in 1926, being by the foot of Beluga, could not fail to notice so clear external changes. Furthermore, he was interested in the movement of Burhanism. It began in 1904 year. And there could not be unknown the Altaians' omen for him. When all of the three spokes of Beluga snow peaks fell down, there will be the time of Oirot returning, the messenger of White Burhan. And it was pointed in one of the legends. In local views, this would not be waiting for a long time when the third spoke would fall down. I must say that Rerich listened in Altai the legend about the mountain Sumeru is not Beluga but another mountain. But this was sacred knowledge, and he can't to know what is the mountain because he wanted to return to Altai. But after Second World War, he waited visa to Russia, but it came after his death. And the secret knowledge about Sumeru is opened for people only at the end of the 20th century. And there is a mountain Uchinmek in Karakul Valley. Now we say about it. Another paint vessel inspired was painted during the stay in Altai in Верхний Уймон. Rurich wrote in his diary Altai Himalaya. The painting vessel inspired was being started. The work dug blue the most ringing mountains, the cleanest itself as on Faluta, and he is carrying his vessel down the mountain. The god of the cup. This paint reflects travel impressions of the artists. Such stone sculptures were often found on expedition way both in Altai and Mongolia. The great number of ancient graves, burials, and other witnesses of the times of the great migration of peoples are found in mountain Altai. The distinctive feature of the stone sculptures of Altai is a vessel in the right hand, as we see in the painting, the god of the cup. Probably one of them served as a model to painting of this picture. It also corresponds chronologically. The names are returning. Very likely the picture was named not by the artist himself. To Altaians in characteristic hedges of the bashlik type are depicted on the canvas. Behind their backs and are visible bipods, lyre-shaped spears, on which guns are placed for sighting. We see exactly the same guns with bipods in the painting of the Altai artist Grigory Chorosgurkin, Altai Hunters in the Mountains. The Altaians in Ruric paintings are riding the horses, but the horses are almost not seen. The high grass hides them. In his diary Altai Himalayas, Ruric writes, there were grass and flowers as hide, and as a horse rider, one can't find even horses here. Such grass attire was nowhere seen. Vasily Sapochnikov described these places in his monograph Along Russian and Mongolian Altai as follows. In the blackened part of the upper Katun and especially in upper Berel rivers, great grass has not only a hose but rises to the head of the rider. Just the same landscape we see in the picture Krishna Lel. The same grasses to the height of the rider. As in the previous canvas, far away behind the black rocky mountains, one can see righteous snowy peaks. A typical Altai mountains landscape. Krishna Lel himself is depicted in ancient Russian costume, but with Eastern feather of face. Now, 2 minutes. The paint I wrote is a herald of White Burhan. Rurik mentions this legend in his diary Altai Himalayas in chapter about Ladakh, describing the events of 1925 year. Buddha goes far away into the hiding places of the mountains. The legend leads the congratulate speaker to Altai. And the tale about White Burhan is kept in Altai in all its vitality. I must to speak very quickly. Another paint the song of Shambhala as foreground a figure of man is ancient Russia attitude is shown. In difficult times of religion and political persecutions, Russian people escaped far and they look for Belovodye, white water land. That way where milky rivers flow among jelly banks, where people live happily and where the woodnut mystery is saved. Russian and Indian mythological systems closely entangling between themselves, supplementing each other. Now you can look the words of Rurik about these times, and I want to say about our expedition of Altai Himalayas New, when we look for monuments and petroglyphs along and the same to Altai iconographies and structure. You can see that in Altai petroglyphs about Umay is the same in Altai, in Zanskar. We look for these sculptures in Zanskar. Petroglyphs from animal Siberian style, Scythian, are virtuosely in petroglyphs of Damkar. We see it in Ladakh. And when we were in Achina and in Zanskar, there are petroglyphs the same that we can see in Rurik's paint stones of Ladakh. And now we can say about this. This year is twice anniversary one. 150 years from Nikolai Rurik's birthday and 100 years of his Trans-Himalayas expedition. In such a year, we can affirm that the most modern scientific researchers confirm his scientific ideas in spiritual epiphanies. Thank you.
Any comment or any question to Dr. Irena? Okay, since we are already, our time is stepped up, interesting photographs, similarities, and the Roerich's belief that Altai and Himalaya are the two magnets of the civilization. So, with these words, I thank all the panelists for their excellent presentations, which are in sync with the overall theme of this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Variku, and to the speakers. Please just, Sudhaji will now just honor our chair and our speakers.
Navina, you get the shot.
So, lunch is served outside. Please do be back here by 2 o'clock for our 6th session. Thank you. Before the valedictory. Yeah.
vocationally.
Okay.
So, because my daughter is here, so.
Okay, all right, great. I was educated in West Bengal, so early education in Darjeeling.
All right, oh, that's a lovely
Oh,
place.
yeah, I like it. So good to hear. I look forward to meeting and talking to you.
Yeah, it would be good to be.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Janet, I was told that you wanted the Pashmina book mentioned. Because it was not because I'm not going to introduce everybody because they've got
Yes,
but I thought
how sensible.
yeah,
No,
because
no, no,
just,
no,
you
no,
know,
don't
and
make
then
big.
but I think the
this is-
Pashmina book I
No.
want to mention.
Well, okay, if you want to mention it, you're
Yes,
most welcome.
all right.
But how sensible.
Similarly for you, if there's anything you want
No,
to
no, no,
read,
no, no.
okay.
I'm perfectly.
All right.
If there's, I mean, just to read out what is there.
Yeah, I know. It makes no sense.
And
So I decided.
it takes unnecessary time.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, time away from when you're getting chased.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think as
Whoa.
short and sweet.
Yes.
Introductions have to be as short and sweet as possible.
Dr. Wahid, if I could just ask you to mention my forthcoming book, that would be
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. And that's okay. All right. Okay. And I've just discussed. I'm not going to introduce them because it just takes away from the time. And but there are particular books that they would like mentioned, either because it's not mentioned or whatever. So I'll mention those as the latest publication, and then open it up 20 minutes. Okay. Right. Okay. All right. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, that's true.
So, good afternoon and welcome to our sixth session, which this conference, which is being chaired by Professor Siddiq Wahid, who is currently teaching the history of Central Eurasia at Shiv Nadar University. Professor Wahid did his PhD at Harvard University on Islam and Buddhism in Central Asia. Among the posts he has held are Vice Chancellor, Islamic University of Science and Technology, Chair of the Professor of History at the University of Jammu, and a Senior Fellow of the Center for Policy Research. His current work involves the interface between Central Eurasia and South Asia. Professor Wahid, the floor is yours.
Professor Wahid, the floor.
Sorry.
Professor Wahid, the floor is yours.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. Yeah, I'm Siddiq Wahid. I just, in consideration of time, I'm not going to reintroduce everybody because you've got it in your folders and the handouts that have been handed out. But I thought I would sort of, briefly mention something which may or may not be in your folder because I think it's a standout. The order of speakers, I seem to have. Oh, is it?
in the seating order.
Okay, all right. I'll ask Professor Sengupta if she would like to speak. Thank you.
A very good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. I will be talking about the Indian trade communities in Central Asia. You have to excuse my voice. Delhi's pollution has not been kind to me. Shikarpur is a town in Sindh. Its geographical location at the mouth of the Bolan Pass led to its development as an important commercial and financial center. From Shikarpur, one could approach the Central Asian Uzbek Khanates through various routes. One could go through Multan, Peshawar, Kabul, and then on to Bukhara, or through Quetta, Kandahar, Mazar-e-Sharif. Travel accounts record the presence of Shikarpuri merchants in Bukhara from about the 16th century. Now, I first encountered the traders in the course of my examination of Bukharan state structures in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in travel accounts written either by Western travelers or their Indian, Persian-speaking munshis. Most of these accounts, like that of Izzatullah in 1813, Alexander Burns between 31 and 32, and Mohan Lal, of course, who accompanied him, and Vambury a little later in 64, record the presence of Indian traders and moneylenders in the bazaars of Bukhara. Now, this in itself is, of course, not surprising, since trade connections between the two regions along what is known romantically as the Silk Road is very well recorded. What was surprising to me was their absence in ethnographic records of the time, and the fact that even very detailed studies of Bukhara did not mention the presence of an Indian settlement. And it was actually this absence which led me to look into what I found to be a rather interesting diasporic group. Now, the contemporary ubiquity of the diaspora as a focus of study is informed by dispersal of people on the one hand and new forms of connectedness on the other. The growth of interest in matters of global scope has led to rethinking about spatial and temporal categories, where not only the nation and its borders have been subject to scrutiny, but also categories like regions and areas have come into interrogation. Amidst this rethinking of spatial and temporal categories, diasporas have gained currency as a productive framework for reimagining locations, movements, identities, and social formations. There are therefore multiple ways in which trajectories and identities are being charted, bringing into questions terms like what is known as the Indian diaspora, which brings with it the temptation to look upon them as stable, bounded communities or transcendent, homogeneous groups, which, of course, they were not. All of these issues of reifying, abstracting, and generalizing come into play when one examines what is identified as the Indian diasporic community in Central Asia. Close attention to the generic terms used here would indicate that traditionally groups and networks that were termed as diasporic were not at all Indian in the contemporary sense. They were subsumed within general categories like Multani, Khatri, or later Shikarpuri, but were a conglomerate of different groups. Also, movements extended beyond, much actually beyond what is delimited as the frontiers of the 5 Soviet Central Asian states, creating opportunities for new imaginations that are rooted in networks that operated across regions. Mainstream economic history, of course, identifies the supremacy of maritime trading routes and European trading companies that dominate these routes as a very significant factor for the decline of commercial relations between India and the regions to its west and north. But recent books, of course, have critiqued these views and have said that the caravan trade not only survived but also expanded because of the growing demand for Indian and Chinese goods, which resulted because of the growth in maritime trade and resulted in circulation of money and liquidity, which actually supported the subcontinental overland trade also. Pointing to the absence of presence of Indian merchants in Iran, Central Asia, and Russia, Stephen Dale, for example, located the activities and economic significance of Indian communities that traded in these regions in the 17th and 18th centuries. He notes that when Anthony Jenkinson finally fought his way into Bukhara in December 1557, he reported that Indian merchants were selling textiles. And of course, 40 years later, the next logical step was taken by moving production to the market. Darya Khan Multani used his capital to bring in Indian merchants to Samarkand, where the manufactured cloth used locally produced yarns and wools. Now, Indian connections with these regions to the north and the west, of course, go back to antiquity, and that there had traditionally been exchange of populations at various levels as traders, scholars, and religious preachers. In fact, as Aurup Banerjee notes, the Indian presence had pre-Mughal traces. From about the 15th century, if not earlier, Indian settlements were significant in Iran and Turan, including Bukhara, Samarkand, Tashkent, and probably other urban centers of the Khanate of Bukhara, and even in Russia. Documents relating to the property of Naqshbandi Pirs include numerous references to places and structures named after Hindwan, including rest houses, canals, neighborhoods, villages. This suggests the presence of settlements in the vicinity of Samarkand and Shahr-e-Shabs in the 14th century. Records show that during the relatively stable era of the Mughal Empire in India and the Safavid rule in Iran, Indian bankers and merchants traveled to and resided semi-permanently in Mawarun-Nahar, but also Afghanistan and Iran. From Iran, they would move on to the Russian territory at Astrakhan and traverse right up the Volga to Moscow, where they resided in what was known as Kitai-Gorod, or the Chinese city, where most foreign merchants lived. Punjabi Khatris, Pashtuns, Afghans, Marwaris from Rajasthan were the principal merchant groups from the Mughal territories of South Asia who traded in these regions. Now, traditionally, the study of the diaspora group revolved around the dilemma of groups who, though settled in host state, maintain memories of homeland and lead a dual existence between two cultures. Discussions are essential in extension of ethnographic studies, where memory is seen to play a very significant role. Now, the introduction of traders and merchant communities as part of the study of diaspora added a new dimension and extended it to examine the impact that this linkage paid in the category of analysis. The study of what is known as the trade diaspora emerged in the 1970s when a distinction was made between merchants who moved and settled and traders who continued to move back and forth. The latter might have begun with a single settlement abroad, gradually tended to get a whole series of settlements in alien towns. The result was an interrelated set of commercial communities forming a trade network or a trade diaspora. In most cases, they lived as compact groups within the host states and maintained their own lifestyle. One such very interesting example of a trader community is the Indian Shikarpuri trade and money lending communities in Central Asia. Till the end of the 19th century, this community utilized its power as agents of Indian firms to finance trans-regional trade and a complex system of rural credit. Shikarpuris were involved in both finance and trade and exemplified the tie-up that existed between local capital markets in India and the markets for financial services and goods outside the subcontinent. The study of the Indian diaspora in Central Asia is also interesting, since they cannot actually be defined in terms of characteristics that are attributed to these groups. In fact, one keeps classical definitions of the diaspora. In a lot of ways, it is difficult to define them as a diasporic community principally because they were never permanent settlers, in most cases returning to India after having lived in Bukhara for a maximum of 10 to 12 years. In fact, there was a steady stream of traders who went and then returned, maybe as early as within a year. The Indian traders who resided there rarely came with their families or for any length of time. In one of the first descriptions of these traders, Mir Izzatullah, who visited Bukhara in 1813, wrote, "Hindus of Shikarpur are to be found in considerable numbers in Bukhara. They go there for trade, live for a year or two and return, never settling permanently." Similarly, the British census reports of the 19th century of the Bombay Presidency identified that many Hindus are employed as agents of the Bukharan trade. The temporary nature of the residence is also evident from the fact that ethnographic writings that treat the demography of Bukhara from the end of the 19th to the early 20th centuries do not record the presence of any Indian households in the many numerous quarters into which the city was divided. Neither do the documents that relate to the delimitation that happened later. However, this omission may be explained by the fact that by that time, delimitation was about 1920s, 1924 actually. A large part of the Indians had already left the region. Another could be that the successors of some of the Indians who settled permanently lost contact with their own language and generally recorded Russian as their mother tongue. In a census that was based on dialect as the defining characteristics, they were included within the larger Russian population. The absence of any recorded households in the 19th century, which, Sukharyeva has this very detailed book on the quarters of Bukhara, and she notes that in Bukhara, Indian traders lived principally in two caravansarais, Sarai Karshi and Sarai Hindi, and that in Sarai Karshi there were about 60 rooms, each inhabited by 2 or 3 people, and at Sarai Hindi there were about 10. Given the volume of trade between the two regions, which Markowitz talks about and which peaked during the 1870s, this absence of a single settlement of Indian traders from ethnographic records presents a dilemma to which I will return when I conclude my presentation. Now, Shikarpur was the center of a financial network that developed in the second half of the 18th century in direct relation to the rise of the Durrani Empire. Although it suffered from the decline of the state in the first 2 decades of the 19th century, the expertise and capital that was accumulated by the bankers allowed them to take advantage of a new surge in Indo-Central Asian trade from 1840s to build an active network based on financing of caravan trades and on close links with the Uzbek Khanates of Central Asia. Merchants were heirs to a long tradition of commercial contacts. The British annexation of Sindh did not modify the outward orientation of the Shikarpuri bankers, and the traders who travelled were greatly benefited from the fact that Hindu traders were present in all the major trading points. Mohanlal, for instance, talks about how he met them in every city that he passed as he moved on to Bukhara. In Kabul, Mohanlal says that the Hindus are nearly 2,000 in numbers, have large families, and he talks about a Hindu banker in Peshawar. He also talks about similar Hindu traders and bankers. While Shikarpur was involved in both finance and trade by the latter half of the 19th century with a decline in the caravan trade, they principally became involved in financing rural agriculture. The substantial estates left by them tend to suggest that the profitability of money lending business was fairly high. All contemporary travelers agree that they were that Shikarpur was more known as a financial center than a trading center, and in fact, travelers attest to the fact that in 19th century, Shikarpuris had a monopoly over hundis in Bukhara. The Shikarpuri hundi, in fact, used to circulate all the way from Kolkata to Nizhny Novgorod, which means that traders did not actually have to carry money with them. Their hundis were actually supported in all of these places right up to Russia. The Shikarpuri network actually operated on a very specific system of partnership, which was known as the Shah Gumasta system. This allowed a small group of men located in Shikarpur to control and finance commercial transactions over a vast area extending to Khorasan and Turkestan. Each of these men had a number of agents spread over localities, and the system was developed to deal with the fact that it was difficult to travel to Central Asia. The existence of a sophisticated hundi system made it possible to avoid transporting currencies in large quantities along dangerous routes. It also limited the necessity of bankers themselves actually having to travel frequently. Now, most descriptions that we have of the Shikarpuris, of course, are of Hindu traders who led a life which was very distinct from that of the local inhabitants. The Indian Muslims who went there tended to assimilate with the local population, so it was difficult to distinguish them in most cases. Indian migrants lived together in caravansarais. Like I said, they paid taxes, but of course there are differences in the way their lives are defined, with some saying that they tended to live together because the locals were not very supportive of them because they tended to lend money at very high interests. There were reports that they were not allowed to have their own festivals, but similarly, there are others who say that there were quaint figures drawn inside these caravansaries, and of course, while they were prohibited from constructing temples and other religious buildings, often rituals were conducted, and these and remnants of these have survived. Of course, one has to keep in mind that these were only evident in the Governor Generalate of Turkestan, not in the Emirate of Bukhara. Similarly, Mohanlal notes that Hindus were allowed to smoke. There are very few photographic evidences. So this is a photograph of Indian musicians and of Indians smoking inside caravansaries, a privilege that the local inhabitants actually did not enjoy. They were also occasionally allowed to cremate their dead. Now, with the Russian takeover of the region, a part of the trade, of course, passed to the hands of the Russian merchants. However, the adaptability of these Russian traders in this period ensured their survival. When they found their operations curbed in larger cities, they shifted their base to rural money lending, in which small amounts were involved, and the tediousness of keeping records kept the Russians away. In the meantime, the British, firmly entrenched in India, were concerned about the Russian advance into the Central Asian region, and a rivalry which is known as the Great Game began to be played out. As British dependents, it affected the pattern of Indian trade in the regions. They were looked with suspicion as being British agents, something that travelers also testify to. For example, Mohanlal notes that a crowd of Hindus came up to him who would inquire about him, the purpose of making such a long journey, and in fact, his purpose was to gather information for Alexander Burns. And not without reason, because there were elaborate intelligence network in the region. And, he talks about people who actually befriended the locals so that they could get more information. Administrative measures introduced in the region by the turn of the century also resulted in an exodus. An important section consisted of moneylenders. Since money lending was a taboo, most moneylenders were Hindus, and they advanced small sums of money to poor peasants and craftsmen, and occasionally financed well-to-do merchants. In fact, the Emir of Bukhara himself was occasionally financed by them. As a rule, loans were advanced under mortgage, and Burns, for instance, writes that there was no market or no village without a moneylender. Most investigations pointed out that within a few years, the Indian moneylenders were able to acquire large sums of money, and this led to Russian administrators taking measures against them, most particularly in the Governor Generalate, though not so much in the Emirate of Bukhara. These measures to curb their activities led to a general exodus, and by the turn of the centuries, the numbers were considerably reduced. In 1881, the Central Asian Commercial Bank was founded, which further reduced the activities of the Indian moneylenders in Bukhara. This exodus, or even the change of moneylenders to traders, was slow, and many continued to operate till the 1920s. The Russian Revolution and the fall of the Khanate of Bukhara and the declaration of the Bukharan Soviet Socialist Republic meant that by 1920s, most of them had left the region. The absence of large settlements of Indians in the region in the 19th century, given the volume of the recorded trade, remains largely unexplained. A possible explanation could be that this absence was because the Central Asian region was not part of the British Empire, and most Indian settlements were to be found in places where the British actually had their colonies. In fact, at the time when Shikarpuris were extending their trade practices, the region was being taken over by the Russians. Another could be about the fact that Shikarpuri women never traveled beyond the Oxus, so the Indian community consisted of men. As to why they never traveled, one really has no explanation, though it could be, the hardest nature of the journey or a reversal on the taboo of travel on men. On the other hand, the opportunity of marriage for these men in the region was severely limited. The lives of these, as recorded by travelers, however, provides very interesting insights into the nature of contemporary Bukharan society. Most writings focus on 19th century Bukhara as the era of the infamous Amir Nasrullah and his son Muzaffaruddin. The image of intolerance and fanaticism that is portrayed is reflected in this verse by Arminius Vambury while he was traveling to Bukhara, and he writes, "To Bukhara thou goest, art thou mad? Not by chains and bondage there to be had." That most travelers were aware of the perils is evident from the concluding lines by Mohanlal on the city of Bukhara. When he makes these few comments, he said, "We had been respectably received and civilly treated. Yet, what did we expect? And on reflection, on the 1,000 perils that had been represented to me, even by my friends, as accompanying our footsteps and the few that really occurred, I conceived that we have been most fortunate." The portrayal of fanaticism that represents itself in most narratives of the region, and of which Mohanlal really did not find evidence, requires re-examination. One way of doing it could be to study the lives of these trader communities who lived in Bukhara. The emergent image could well be somewhat different from those recorded in most narratives of the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And within the time, without even a 2-minute warning. So that's very grateful. I was just going to say that as a moderator, I'm a minimalist, except when it comes to time, and then the questions at the end, where I'll have to assert myself, but otherwise, very minimal interaction. I'm delighted to ask Dr. Janet Rizvi to speak now. Delighted because her work is about Ladakh. And whenever I want to, as a Ladakhi, whenever I want to learn something about the history of Ladakh, I refer to her immediately. And so delighted to have. I should make mention of her last sort of book that she has done, which is Pashmina, the Kashmir Shawl and Beyond, which is, and previous to that, she'd done something about the trade and that area, which is the subject of today. So I thought it might be of interest. I think that book was in collaboration with Monisha Ahmed. So, Dr. Rizvi.
Thank you. Sadiq, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In another century from now, when I was drafting my the introductory volume that I wrote about Ladakh way back in the 70s, and hit on the title Ladakh, Crossroads of High Asia, I think my focus was so limited that I didn't realize that that Ladakh was only one of many crossroads. Surely it was historically, culturally, and commercially a crossroads. but there were crossroads all over Asia, and I think it's worth noting that the Great Himalaya and its associated ranges, which seem like a barrier, were never a barrier because the mountains dip and make passes, and there were many passes, and there was trade running through them, largely in subsistence goods between the south, where food grains were grown, and the north, to the Tibetan Plateau, which produced salt and wool. They were bartered, often at seasonal fairs, and Ladakh itself had two routes through the ranges with Plains India. One was via Srinagar, which had 3 passes, and one was via Manali, which had 4 passes. Gosh. There's the Zojila in the early 20th century. I'm sorry if they're not in very good order. And north of Leh, there was a fiendishly difficult route with 5 passes, taking you through the Karakoram and ranges north of the Karakoram to Yarkand in Central Asia. But the difficulty of the route did nothing to deter the traders. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, the most lucrative commodity of the Trans-Yarkand trade was charas. And much of the charas trade was in the hands of traders from Hoshiarpur, some of whom set up branches of their businesses in Yarkand, and others opened shop in Leh. Similarly, a few Kashmiri mercantile families did business with Leh and Yarkand, some settling in Leh as others did, as others did, some of them from Yarkand. The marriages of these settlers with local women gave rise to the Muslim community of Leh, known as Arghons. And I'm delighted to identify my chair today as part of that community, as a descendant of traders from Kashmir who married locally and who had branches of their family in Yarkand and in Lhasa. And he is very much an Arghon. And Leh was pretty much a staging post for the trade. Most of the commodities just passed through. None were produced in Ladakh, and very few were consumed in Ladakh. The main business of the Kashmiri traders in Leh in the 18th, 19th centuries was pasham. Pasham, the raw material of the Kashmir shawl, the under fleece of the Changra goat. The finest pasham was produced not in Leh itself, in Ladakh itself, but on the lush pastures of western Tibet. A treaty of 1684 gave a monopoly of the pasham trade between Ladakh and Srinagar to a caucus of Kashmiri merchants. And this monopoly lasted, I'm not quite sure till when, but perhaps the middle of the 19th century, when peasant traders from Ladakh, who had already been trading in subsistence communities with the herdspeople who produced the pasham, or whose goats produced the pasham. They'd been trading in subsistence communities. They broke into the pasham trade to a lesser extent, but they had to travel further because the Kashmiris had the monopoly of the nearer pastures, of the produce of the nearer pastures. And to the best of my knowledge, these traders, peasant traders from down the Indus, from Leh, they were known as Shamma because that's the name of the district. They're the only village traders along the whole line of the Himalaya who integrated a luxury product into their trading operation. And well, I'm not going to, I've captioned the pictures, so I won't take time to explain them, I don't think. It will be necessary. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this. There's the pasham being actually produced. And here, this is a collage of shawls, the kind of shawls that were being, that were made from that unpromising looking fleece. For Kashmir, the pasham trade was only the start of the long and intricate process of crafting the shawls for which it was famous, for which Kashmir was famous. And the finished shawls were again the subject of a complex international trading operation. It's only in the last quarter of the 18th century that the trade starts showing up in English or other European language sources, which is all that I can access. In the first, when a few intrepid French and English travelers reached the valley. In the first quarter of the 19th century, the trade was controlled by mainly Iranian or Central Asian merchants. Both George Forster in 1783 and William Moorcroft 40 years later noticed the presence in Srinagar of shawl merchants from Central Asia, Afghanistan, Iran, and Turkey, as well as from India of the plains. And Forster got much of his information from, quote, a Georgian merchant who had long resided in the country. Much of Asian commerce in the pre-modern period was carried on by family firms, and two brothers from Shiraz in Iran, Haji Muhammad Javed and Haji Muhammad Hussain, one residing in Kashmir and the other in Baghdad, doing business in shawls, perhaps represented a typical setup. In 1831, according to Victor Jacquemont, most of the shawls manufactured in Kashmir are purchased by a very small number of rich and respectable merchants, mostly Hajis. Quote, end quote. 4 years later, Godfrey Vine put the number that had been resident in Srinagar at between 200 and 300, but between Jacquemont's visit and Vine's, there were Sunni Shia riots and the Iranians decamped. Oops. I think I made some changes to the slides and perhaps didn't save them. That's why they're not in quite good order. The trade between Kashmir and Bukhara, which was the main entrepot for exporting shawls to Russia, was mainly in the hands of merchants from Kabul. The principal entrepôts for the shawls to West Asia and beyond were Lahore and Surat in the 18th and early 19th centuries, and Bombay thereafter. Much of the trade was in the hands of the Banyas of Surat, later partly supplanted by the Marwaris. The bales of shawls went from Srinagar via Muzaffarabad to Peshawar, where in the 1780s they were the object of a brisk middlemen's trade, and on through the Khyber Pass to Kabul. Srinagar to Peshawar was about 20 days' march, and Peshawar to Kabul another 9. From Kabul, the shawls went either via Bukhara into Russia, or via Herat or Kandahar into Iran, and on to the Ottoman Empire by either Baghdad or Erzurum. I've been able to describe the trades of Ladakh and Kashmir, especially as regards shawls and pasham, because these have been the objects of my research over many years. But I believe that they, and perhaps Anita's tale of the Shikarpuri settlers, or of the Shikarpuri trading mercantile operation in Central Asia, may be taken as exemplars of how the long-distance commerce of pre-modern Asia was organized, and the extent to which it involved the movement of people and their necessary interaction. Surely pasham and shawls constituted only a fraction of the commodities being traded all over the subcontinent, all over the continent, sorry. I've already mentioned how, for communities settled in adjacent but different ecological zones, like Ladakh's Sham traders and the Sherpa and Takali of Nepal on the one hand, and the herdspeople of western and southern Tibet on the other, for them, the exchange of subsistence commodities, food grains on the one hand, wool and salt on the other, was a necessary survival strategy. But the long-distance trades, of which traffic in luxury goods over the Karakoram between the Punjab and Xinjiang via Leh was one, and the trade in shawls out of Srinagar was another, were a different matter altogether. The horse and camel caravans, plodding their weary way over mountain and desert to the inland entrepôts of Bukhara, Mashhad, Isfahan, Baghdad, and Aleppo, and finally to Istanbul, or north to Astrakhan, Orenburg, and Nizhny Novgorod, as well as the ships, their holds bulging as they set their sails before the trade winds, which drove them from Surat and other ports to Bushehr and Hormuz, Basra, and Jeddah. The ships and the caravans and the ships carried a whole range of luxury goods, shawls, of course, and other fine textiles like silk from China and Iran, Benares brocades, muslins from Bengal, and printed cottons from Gujarat and South India. Also carpets, tea, spices, sugar, tobacco, indigo, and latterly synthetic dyes, dyestuffs, precious metals, narcotics, and more. Horses in great numbers were led through the passes from Central Asia into India till nearly the end of the 19th century. Even taking the costs of transport into consideration, a commodity that was available and relatively cheap in one region could fetch a huge profit many hundreds of miles away. Until the late 19th century, Inner Asia had few roads fit for wheeled vehicles, so goods on the long-haul routes were carried by horse or camel caravan. I think I showed you a couple of caravans earlier. The actual transporters, pony and camel drivers, usually traversed only those parts of the routes that lay within easy enough reach of their home bases. In both the mountains of Afghanistan and the deserts of Syria, there were tribes that specialized in the transport of trade goods. Ladakhi villagers, who in the agricultural off-season doubled up as transporters between Leh and Srinagar, or Leh and points on the route to Yarkand, were known as Kiraya Kash. The big mercantile firms typically sent a partner or a trusted agent to travel the entire route, negotiating with transporters and supervising the transshipment of goods from one form of transport to the next, their disposal at the final destination, and the purchase of commodities to fill a return caravan. Or, if their business were focused on a particular region, a partner or agent would settle for years or even permanently, as again we've been hearing from Anita, at the destination market, as we have seen with the Iranian shawl merchants in Srinagar. Thus, every trading hub, whether Leh, Srinagar, Bukhara, Baghdad, even supposedly isolated Lhasa, had a community of foreign merchants, adding a multicultural, if I dare use the word cosmopolitan, layer to local society. By one estimate, the number of Indian merchants settled in Iran and Central Asia may have reached a total of 35,000 by the turn of the 18th, 19th centuries. And in 1832, Alexander Burns noted that much of Central Asia's trade was in the hands of Hindu merchants who, quote, had houses of agency from Astrakhan and Meshed to Calcutta. As well as trade in commodities, this mercantile network operated a continent-wide system of financial services. The lingua franca was Persian. And here I can't resist quoting a passage from Francis Younghusband's The Heart of a Continent, recounting his overland journey from Peking to Srinagar in 1887. Arriving at Aksu in Xinjiang, he found it home to a community of Indian and Pathan merchants, and he stayed overnight in the sarai. Quote, "It's in these sarais that one meets the typical traveling merchant of Central Asia. They're always interesting to talk to, intelligent, shrewd, full of information. They're very cosmopolitan and do not really belong to any country except that in which they are at the time living. And this habit of rubbing up against men of so many different countries gives them a quiet, even temperament and breadth of idea, which makes them very charming company." End of quote. Among the privileged foreign merchants in Lhasa, there was a community of Ladakhis and one of Kashmiris. In the 18th century, the latter reached the Tibetan capital via the route that took off from Patna and crossed the Newar states of Patan, Batgaon, and Kathmandu. In most European accounts of Kashmir, its people have not been noticed as a sophisticated trading community, and the only references I've found in 19th or 20th century sources to Kashmiri businessmen outside Kashmir refer to their presence in Lhasa, Leh, and Yarkand. Yet in the 18th century, they had a reputation for far-flung mercantile activity, to the extent of even being compared to those widely spread trading communities, Armenians and Jews. Apart from their presence in the principal cities of Tibet, it was noticed in the 1720s that they had shops and offices in Kathmandu, and 50 years later, Kashmiris still had their establishments in Tibet, often acting as middlemen in Tibet-China commerce. They are also reported to have had agencies all over India, from the Coromandel coast to Bengal and Benares. overland trade was sensitive to political events and situations. In the 17th and early 18th centuries, the Mughal and Safavid empires adopted policies designed to stimulate trade and paralleled by a similar desire on the part of Muscovite Russia. That development of routes, development of caravanserais. Conversely, a change in political control could close a bustling route. When in the third quarter of the 18th century, Nepal's Newar states, which had had a long and friendly association with Tibet, based largely on trade, were overrun by the Gurkhas, the route across them from Patna and leading to Shigatse, Gyangse, and Lhasa became unavailable to foreign traders. This was the easiest route between the Indian plains and Tibet. Its closure, therefore, involved a huge reduction in the trade between the two regions. Clearly, the political situation would often determine the choice of route. And I think I can do it. In the early 1830s, for instance, Kashmir shawls bound for Iran, which had previously been carried over land via Kandahar, were now, quote, in consequence of anarchy, unquote, going by sea via Bombay and Bushehr. The merchants on the routes northwest of India would usually join together in armed caravans controlled by a caravan magnate, Rais. These bosses were skilled in political relations with the ferocious hill potentates who controlled the routes. This was equally true of parts of the Ottoman Empire. In Iraq, the perils of the road necessitated travel in armed caravans, sometimes, as in the passage of the Khyber Pass, and on the Baghdad-Aleppo route, the caravans had to purchase the protection of local tribes. So this has been an overview. We've had, or the latter part of my talk, and it has dovetailed, I hope, with Anita's to some extent. But it came to an end. In general, from at least the early 17th to the mid-19th centuries, trade between India and Central Asia flourished. And I should say trade overland between different regions of Central Asia. By around 1850, however, the effects of European, especially British and perhaps Russian economic imperialism were well on their way to undermine indigenous productivity and commerce, and the traditional trades took a further hit with the development of communications technologies, especially the building of roads and railways. It was a slow withering. The trans-Karakoram trade continued in an attenuated form until the 1940s. The trans-Karakoram trade continued in an attenuated form until the 1940s, and the trans-Himalayan trade in subsistence commodities continued till nearly 1960. And as always, it was political developments, respectively China's communist revolution and its occupation of Tibet, that gave the coup de grace to these last vestiges of the system of commerce that had underpinned Asia's prosperity for centuries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rizvi. I would now like to call on Professor Gitanjali Surendran to speak. She'll be speaking on a Buddhist Bay, mobility and the making of Buddhism in India circa 1890 to 1956. So, Professor Surendran. Oh, there you go. I should also say that I think are going to be privileged because her forthcoming book is called Democracy's Dhamma, Buddhism in the Making of Modern India circa 1850 to 1956.
Thank you. So yes, I'm going to jump right into it because I know we have time shortage. I'm also very conscious of the fact that, as Maya and I have discussed, we're the last two speakers of this very long, very intense, very interesting conference. So I'm going to jump right into it. Yesterday, a member of the audience had a question about how Buddhism was so mobile that so many, large numbers of Central Asians, Southeast and East Asians and beyond have converted to Buddhism over the last millennium. In a sense, this question is very critical, and I'm not really going to be able to answer it. But I think that mobility has very much been part of the, of Buddhism sort of post. Okay, should have worn my heels. Okay, let me just readjust. Right. So mobility has been very much part of Buddhism's post-Buddha story. We all know about the, Ashoka's emissary, the Mauryan emperor, 2nd century BCE. His emissaries, his sort of efforts at Buddhist proselytization, that's sort of more famous. Yesterday, Professor Kitanov was talking about the Central Asian nomadic groups that also converted within about 1,000 years of this. So it's very much at the heart of that story. It's also very much, I'm talking about mobility here, at the heart of the modern story. And today I'm going to present just a few vignettes, as it were, to illustrate this and see where that sort of takes us. And I have an argument about shared Buddhism, which I will share with you in a minute. So why this title? Sunil Amrit has calculated that about 30 million people left India's shores between 1850s till the 1930s. 27 million of them went to just 3 British colonies, Ceylon, Burma, and Malaya. You will note that 2 of those are at this point in this period in the throes of a certain kind of Buddhist revival, as it were. This quite large number of mobile Indians should draw our attention to the importance of colonial India's neighborhood in modern India's story, especially the story of the new avatar of Buddhism in 20th century India. Interestingly, many of those 27 million people returned to India, no doubt, carrying ideas, things, and valuable experience from these parts of the empire. A colleague of mine who works on the Coromandel coast and Tamil labor, moving from that coast to these areas, to Burma and to Malaya, actually thinks that as they're returning, they're carrying certain ideas of Buddhism, and so there's an astonishing number of reform societies or Buddhist societies that are set up in the early and mid-20th century, advocating lower caste conversion to Buddhism, and that's something that, their experience of these Buddhist societies has something to do with that. It's not been fully worked out yet, but it's, I think, an important suggestion. So the Bay of Bengal acts as a kind of connective tissue, facilitating all kinds of Buddhist traffics. We heard stories of Buddhists traveling outside of India to Tibet and Southeast Asia, and beyond, and their influence there yesterday. I think it's worth pointing out that for the modern period at least, this story partly tracks the reverse traffic. That is the role of the Burmese, Ceylonese, and other Southeast Asians in India's 20th century Buddhism. In fact, so significant is this Buddhist traffic, I would say, across the Bay of Bengal, across its warm waters, that it could very well be described as a Buddhist bay. The story begins with this figure, Anagarika Dharmapala. He was born Don David Hevavitharna in 1864 in Colombo. He was from a quite wealthy family and was exposed to the activities of the super monks, Megitavata Gunananda and Hikadove Sumangala, as well as the Theosophical Society. Both the founders, Henry Steele Olcott and Helena Blavatsky, were his mentors, as was Edwin Arnold, who wrote that runaway bestseller, The Light of Asia, about which Jairam Ramesh has recently written. In 1891, he travels to India on his own for the first time, and he travels with a Japanese companion monk known as Kozen Gunaratna. In Japan, he is later known as Shaku Kozen. Richard Jaffa has written about him. And they travel to Bodh Gaya, to the Mahabodhi temple, and there Dharmapala has an epiphany. He vows right there and then, as he knelt before the Vajrasan, and this is in his own words more or less from his diaries, to ensure that the temple would return to Buddhist control. Obviously, that's a very complicated campaign, and I don't really have time to talk about it, but suffice it to say that he hoped through this campaign to forge a Buddhist world, particularly a Buddhist Asian consciousness, as it were, and to revive Buddhism in the land of its birth, where the argument was it had more or less disappeared. Obviously, there's a lot of controversy over that as well. Doug Ober has recently written countering this argument, or rather this narrative. So India emerges in this period in the Buddhist imagination as a kind of holy land to which, for the first time really, Buddhists must conduct pilgrimage. Dharmapala started the Mahabodhi Society. He quickly moved the headquarters from Colombo to Calcutta to translate his vision. And those of you who have seen the exhibition that's accompanying this conference outside in the quadrangle would realize that the Mahabodhi Society became quite a significant spokesbody, as it were, for Buddhist South Asians by the 1950s. So in conjunction with colonial archaeology, this is a complicated story, many of you would be aware of it, the Mahabodhi Society begins to champion Buddhist pilgrimage in the early 20th century. The four main sites were identified by this time: Lumbini, Sarnath, Bodh Gaya and Kushinagar, and more sites were to follow. So a sense of Buddhist sacred geography, as we've heard in the last couple of days, one way or another, is not at all new to the modern age. It had existed for most of Buddhist history. In fact, we know sacred geographies were shifting terrains on the Indian subcontinent prior to our current period. And Buddhists from afar had long known that India was an important part of the Buddha's life story. But either India was entirely accessible, or accessible but too risky, or the Buddha wasn't in an important enough local sort of deity of Buddhist practice, and so India remained distant for most Buddhists, but not all. There are a significant number of travelers too. The British archaeological and philological investigations of the modern period settled some questions around Buddhist places in India and brought India nearer. The British experience of colonialism brought India nearer via the transport revolution, the translation revolution. A large number of Buddhist texts are being translated and coming to light and are being popularized in a certain way. My advisor used to call another set of books the sort of practical canon of Buddhism. So these would include people like Christmas Humphreys, Edward Thompson, etc. T.W. Rhys-Davids. These books on Buddhism also have a huge market in the West and are being translated in other languages too. So there are two kinds of translations happening here. So for the first time, we see many more pilgrims coming to India. They begin as a trickle in the 1910s, and then the numbers get larger and larger, and today run into the millions. Now, these pilgrims have their own effect. They're each carrying something. They're kind of a very dense node of sort of activity. People like Bodhanand Mahasthavir, who was a Bengali monk, settled in Lucknow, carrying out lower caste conversions to Buddhism there in the 1920s and 30s, actually came to learn about Buddhism during his time in Benares, interacting with Sri Lankan monks who had come to see Sarnath. And there are many stories like this, including of Rahul Sankrityan. Again, picking up on something that was said yesterday, travel and mobility is significant in that in order for Buddhist pilgrims, for instance, to do it, there had to be an imagination of a Buddhist homeland. And as I said earlier, that imagination had been present prior to the 20th century too, but it's in the 20th century that we see it translated into action on scale. Numerous pilgrim essays, guides begin to emerge in the first decades of the 20th century, and the Mahabodhi Society's role in popularizing these is critical. A lot of them, the essays are carried in their journal, which has a fair bit of circulation. I've seen it in many parts of the Buddhist world in small libraries. The Buddhist gaze of the Mahabodhi Society and variety with authors, travelers, monks, scholars serve to generate Buddhist landscapes in the eyes of the public through their descriptions of Buddhist-inspired travels. This was often to the neglect of what existed prior in those areas, right? So successful were these efforts that as early as 1901, when Dharmanand Kosambi, the Buddhist traveler, scholar, Gandhian, and a very important, significant Marathi public intellectual, arrived in Bodh Gaya, he actually expressed surprise that the locals that he encountered had no knowledge of Buddhism. Okay. Now, Dharmapala, I'm just going to take a small detour just to indicate that mobility is a part of many figures, including the ones that we sort of, in a sense, take for granted. We know that Vivekanand, for instance, goes to the World Parliament of Religions, and he becomes quite famous through that travel and that connection, and comes back to India with that, with that reputation. Sitting to his right, actually, and I stumbled on this magazine in the ISC library. I took a quick picture. It's of course the organizer, as you can see, and sitting to his right is actually Dharmapala. So both of these two became quite famous. We are more familiar with Vivekanand because of the India story, but Dharmapala is quite famous in the sort of Sri Lankan historiography, and he too gains his reputation initially at the World Parliament of Religions. Now, the two had an interesting relationship. Initially, they were both mistakenly hopeful of each other's support in their respective projects of, Buddhist revival and the kind of popularization of Vedanta. But it was precisely issues like the Mahabodhi temple campaign that sullied the waters. Interestingly, both also have similar legacies in their association with assertive nationalist religion. Now, why I'm bringing this up is partly just to highlight the kind of importance of mobility to a number of characters in the modern period too, where somewhat we take it for granted, but also because it indicates, Dharmapala quickly moves, as I said, the Mahabodhi Society headquarters to Calcutta, and he has to be quite careful what he's doing there because his public there is predominantly Hindu, Brahmin, Bhadralok, right? Now, one of the things that Dharmapala does, I've leaped ahead, but anyway. One of the things that Dharmapala does in his own prolific travels is he issues these calls to the heads of Buddhist communities everywhere to send volunteers to India to settle these Buddhist sites. In response to one such call, Shin Chandra, this elderly gentleman on the left, but I'm talking about him in his youth, a young Samanera or renunciate, comes with 30 other pilgrims from Burma, from the Arakan, to visit Bodh Gaya. This is in the late 19th century, the last decade. But circumstances are difficult. They face great hostility and terrible living conditions, and so he goes back along with the rest of the group, but then he feels ashamed. So he comes back again to try again, and in 1894 he's in Calcutta and he's learning Pali and Sanskrit under the watchful eye of another very interesting mobile personality who was a former 1857 rebel, a wrestler, and a Buddhist monk. He became Buddhist when he ended up in Sri Lanka, or Ceylon at that point, by the name of Mahavir Swami. Eventually, he moves with Mahavir Swami to Kushinagar. He's ordained there by Mahavir Swami in 1903, and he's ordained as Chandramani, and that is obviously a picture of him as Chandramani on the left. And he succeeds Mahavir in Kushinagar as the abbot there. He died in 1970, so he really lived a long life. He spent most of that in India. On and off, he helped the Mahabodhi Society and Dharmapala with various matters, including the Mahabodhi temple case. He was a master strategist of sorts in kind of generating Kushinagar as a kind of international Buddhist pilgrimage site. He would organize Vaishak Day celebrations every May. That's Buddha Jayanti or Buddha Purnima in May every year. He would start with a puja, then he would have a procession with a bunch of colorful procession with lots of monks circling around the town in full view of a huge commercial fair that would be organized to coincide with it, so that everybody who's there is witness to this kind of Buddhist performance of the town's Buddhist history. But in his time in India, he oversees another really landmark event, and that is the conversion to Buddhism of B.R. Ambedkar, who needs very little introduction. Is of course the chief draftsman of the Indian Constitution. On 14th October 1956, he converts. And it's actually U. Chandramani who presides over that ceremony. He administers the 3 precepts and the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts. He's right there in the corner on the left of that photograph. You can see Ambedkar and his wife and his associates. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Now, we don't actually have, I'll return to the Ambedkar moment in a second. We don't have any, very much evidence of U. Chandramani's own feelings about his long career in India, the hardships he must have endured. And he wasn't the only monk to come from Burma either to settle in India. There were so many others. Just to mention a few, U. Ottama, who is Burma's early nationalist, had a long association with India. He was a student here during Swadeshi, and then he was close enough to the Indian nationalists that he was deputed by the Indian National Congress to represent them at Sun Yat-sen's funeral in 1926. And he often talked about educational, political, and economic, political, and religious regeneration in Buddhist terms, and he spent a lot of time in India. U. Paragu was another person who came in the 40s and 50s. He learned Hindi in India, another monk, and actually what influenced him most was a visit to Tagore's Shanti Niketan, so that when he went back to Rangoon, he set up the U. Paragu Shanti Niketan library, and lived a very long life, translated numerous texts into Hindi, including a very interesting one on Ashoka. Now I turn very quickly to the travel of relics. I'm just giving you one example. There are many examples of this, but as we know, for those of you who visited the exhibition, the travel of relics is something that is new, actually. It's, the fact that it's taken out of the stupas and now traveling is huge. The Sanchi relics had been taken back to London, and they were in a vault in the V&A, by all accounts. In 1932, the British mission of the Mahabodhi Society begins to agitate, as it were, petition. Agitate is a strong word, petition for the repatriation of the Sanchi relics. And they finally got a concession later that year. Obviously, the museum authorities were quite upset and didn't know what to do with this demand, but they were allowed to do a bit of worship in a hall where the relics were taken out and displayed. So on the 13th of November, this is precisely what happened. Eventually, in fact, the VNA does agree under some pressure, including threats on the parts of petitioners that there would be agitation in India, Burma, and Ceylon if they did not return the relics. And they agreed to this in 1939. So it took some time, but of course the war got in the way. And finally, the relics only begin their journey back in 1947, and they arrive, late 1946. They arrive in March 1947, actually in Colombo. This is a picture of the UNS Tir, which brings them from brings the relics from Colombo to Calcutta. It's in January 1949. They were received, the relics were received by the first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, and by the President of the Mahabodhi Society, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. From then on, their travel itinerary is quite incredible. UNU, the first Prime Minister of Burma, comes personally to take the relics back to Burma, and alongside the tooth relic, which is also on a visit to Burma at the same time, in early 1950, they travel around Burma. And later on, UNU writes to Shyama Prasad Mukherjee to say, this is evidence of the spiritual union of the three countries with India as the land of Buddhism's birth, but Ceylon and Burma as the preservers of Buddhism. The relics were interred. Oh, sorry. So this is this is the photograph of the interment. Sorry, I have to lift this up. So the relics were interred in the Mahabodhi Society's Chaitagiri Vihara, which is built with the help of the Nawabs of Bengal, Bhopal, as well as the Society's benefactors and some support from the ASI. Among the international dignitaries present, there's UNU. He's carrying in this photograph the relics on his head. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee is to his right, and Nehru standing behind trying to control crowds, apparently. And again, there's a lot of ceremony involved. Like I said, this is not the first time this has happened. Sarnath already had an enshrinement in 1931, and there was an enshrinement in 1920, and there were other smaller enshrinements as well. But these were three that were led by the Mahabodhi Society. And I'm focusing on this one because it's in that crucial period in the 1950s, post-independence. Now, through all this emerged a discourse of shared Buddhism. Through these kinds of exercises in relic diplomacy, but also through the government-sponsored 2500th year celebration of Buddha Purnima, or Buddha Jayanti, in 1956, we have an idea that Buddhism, though Indian in quite nationalist terms, was nonetheless something that India shared with other countries. Significantly, this discourse of a shared Buddhism prompted Asian Buddhists to take an interest in the Mahabodhi temple dispute, in the archaeological discoveries, in relics, and in the condition of Indian Buddhists. And for some post-independence leaders, shared Buddhism became a basis for new diplomatic relationships as well. So I turn to my last example here. Oops, that's Chaitagiri Vihara. Just to return to Ambedkar. So, of course, we know about Ambedkar's conversion, what he does on the 14th of October. What we might not be so aware of is that, he, in fact, travels as a kind of preparation for this conversion. He travels to Rangoon, Colombo, in fact, multiple times sometimes, to sort of see Buddhism in action. Apparently, his first conversion was in Colombo in 1950, although he didn't feel the time was right to, and so he denied it later. But he really felt that the rest of the Buddhist world, especially the Burmese and the Sri Lankans, were very important to this project, and without their support, Buddhist conversion wouldn't succeed. I'm sure am I nearing, how am I doing on time?
2 minutes.
Okay, great. So I have another picture here. So you might recognize the figure on the right, that is E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, whom he meets in 1954 in Rangoon. This is at the International Buddhist Conference, where he appealed to the Sasana Council to support his efforts for lower caste conversion. And there he repeated a demand he made everywhere that he went for a single gospel. And to this he added that there should be a baptism-like Buddhist conversion ceremony, a Buddhist religious seminary, appointment of lay preachers, and congregational worship on Sundays, etc. So he made a case for building larger Buddhist temples and all kinds of things, educational institutions and so on, and he was hoping for this support. Now, after his conversion, like many modern Buddhists, Ambedkar went on pilgrimage to the Buddhist sites. After addressing the World Fellowship of Buddhists conference in Kathmandu, almost his last really public address, although he had one or two more smaller ones, before his death, again, from there he went to Lumbini. From Lumbini, they flew to Patna, took a train to Bodh Gaya, then they went to Sarnath, and finally he ended in Kushinagar. He ended that journey in Kushinagar on 26 November, where U. Chandramani arranged his stay, and apparently he knelt before the statue of the Buddha there, and with tears streaming down his face. He was very moved. And like all modern Buddhists, he had completed the important pilgrimage. Now, there are many other examples I can take to bolster my argument that a shared discourse of Buddhism is crucial to modern Indian Buddhism. and that it emerges as a result of this tremendous mobility across the Bay of Bengal. But I'll leave that for maybe Q&A if we have a chance. There is, of course, another side to this story of how ancient historical Buddhism provided language and a vocabulary for discussion of modern political, social, and religious ideas in India. But that story is for another day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Dr. Maya Joshi to speak and also take the opportunity to mention here she's a translator as well as a writer, of course, and her latest publication is an edited version, as the editor of Volga Se Ganga, the journal.
No one has cancelled it. Can you just cancel it and move it? Don't want to.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here at this hour. So I don't have the kinds of histories that have been shared so far in the session. I'm going to deal with one person's history, but he is not a simple person. It's one man, many lives, and it touches upon practically all the regions we've talked about in the last 2 days. So that itself, I think, calls for a certain attention being drawn to this extraordinary figure. 1893 to 1963 are his dates, and in those 70 years, he lived several lives. I have spoken on him earlier, thanks to Ambassador Shamsaran at the IIC, but that took 1.5 hours. So in 20 minutes, I'll try to do some justice to capturing some of this. So apart from the maritime history, I think practically every other region and every other mode of travel and every other history occurs in the life of Rahul Sankrityayan. He himself is a writer of riverine stories and explores mountainscapes. His own life is like a river, and there's something oceanic really about his reach. The other metaphor that comes to mind is the elephant and the blind men, because I find that no individual reading of him has actually done justice to him yet. So that's my ongoing project, and it's been going on for about 20 years. That should tell you something. Okay, so the Russian Revolution, the 2 world wars, and the Cold War are the historical contexts for his life. He's very responsive to all of these. And then there are these local contexts, the Indian anti-colonial movement and the peasant movements in which he plays a part. He starts off as a traditional, he's born in a small village called in Azamgarh district of Uttar Pradesh, to a very traditional Orthodox Brahmin family of rural cultivators. Runs away from home at the age of 11, is brought back several times, but eventually manages to run away in a search for knowledge, he says. The first school he goes to is a madrasa in Azamgarh, and he wants to study Sanskrit. So he lands up he first goes to Calcutta, then he goes to Banaras, and acquires a very traditional education from these spaces. He never went to a modern a university, and he never goes to an English. He does not get an English medium education. I think that's an important factor for understanding both his achievements and his limitations, perhaps. He is soon absorbed into a Vaishnav sampradaya, so much so that they want to make him a mathadhish, and he runs away from that because he doesn't want that kind of life of pursuit of petty power, which is what he sees, and eventually lands up with the Arya Samaj, because that seems to appeal more to his more rational proclivities. It's in the Arya Samaj, ironically, as a pracharak of the Arya Samaj, and of course he's very good with debate. He's very good with languages. And that's how the Arya Samaj proselytized. He becomes a very popular and powerful speaker because you engage with the opposing perspectives. In the course of which he comes across the Buddhist philosophical notions, because they're refuted. Except that there's no one and he's very curious about where they're coming from. What is the, he finds them more appealing to his reason. It's in the course of that he eventually becomes a Buddhist, and then later a Marxist. So meanwhile, there's this Indian freedom struggle going on. He's offering satyagraha. He's in jail. Quite a bit of his voluminous oeuvre, about 170 works, are produced in prisons, which were very productive spaces for these kinds of activities. He's a part of the story of the Buddhist revival. He's a part of the peasant movement in Bihar, and he's a founder member of the Bihar unit of the Communist Party. So the post-colonial nation, Nehruvian era, modernity, technology, these are all parts of his story. So who is or was Rahul Sankrityayan? These are some of the sort of frames within which he's been framed already. He's been called the father of Hindi travel writing. To Tibetologists, he is a scholar, explorer. There's a centenary stamp I'll show later, issued by the Postal Department, which commemorates that because it shows him in the Tibetan landscape. He's an inspiration for the setting up of the Central Asian Studies Department at JNU. Professor Devendra Kaushik shared that with me because he writes the history of Central Asia in the 1940s. He's, and in Hindi. It's extraordinary, the imagination behind that kind of, it's a 2-volume history for which he does research in the Soviet Union, and it eventually percolates into comes back to India. And I was invited by Professor Variku to speak at that center, and that's where I met Professor Devendra Kaushik, where he shared that the inspiration came from Rahulji. So there's that life. So there is also this, he's also called Nagnavadi Ved Nindak by one Swamiji, who's probably Swami Karpatriji, responding to this book, Volga Se Ganga, of which we brought out a fresh edition. The Victor Kiernan translation that used to be there had left out chapter 20, which is a very crucial chapter, so we've made sure that that's edited, that's included in this, and there's some other editorial editions here that will help readers. He's also the co-founder of the Bihar unit of the Communist Party, as I said, and produces considerable amount of party literature in the course of it. He's a fiery freedom fighter. There is a very powerful image of him in handcuffs, which is quite a iconic image. He produces what we call prison literature, but it's a vast genre-defying body of writing, which I'll come to later. And of course, he's been described as a cultural nationalist in a recent life history, which is something that I'm not entirely comfortable with, that framing. I suggest these frames instead. I think they present a more just representation of what we might want to do with his life. He's a polyglot, he's an autodidact, he's a traveler, explorer, polymath. You could think of him as an organic intellectual in the Gramscian sense. You could see him as a rooted cosmopolitan and an Indian internationalist. So that doesn't quite fit, in my view, with the cultural nationalist frame, which is an attempt to, I think, narrow some of his concerns. This is just a list of his names. There are several names that he acquired. He's born Kedarnath Pandey. So he's a traveler of he's a translator of himself, quite literally. When he becomes a sadhu, he becomes Sadhu Ramodar Das. The Parsa Math in Bihar is where he is a sadhu. He also goes to Tirumishi in Tamil Nadu. He's still Sadhu Ramodar Das. As an Arya Samaji Pracharak, he's Kedarnath Vidyarthi. And then in Sri Lanka, he becomes Rahul Sankrityayan. And this is the name that he takes on when he is ordained as a bhikshu. And it's a name he creates himself. Rahul, of course, Gautam Buddha's son. Sankrityayan, it should be. There's another Y and an A there missing. But there's Rahul Sankirtyan is the Apabhransha, in the Bhojpuri. He's also written 8 Bhojpuri plays because part of his entire, effort was to reach the public. He wrote in a very accessible Hindi, and Bhojpuri, Bihar was his karma bhumi. That's where he cut his political teeth. And as a peasant leader, he realized the need to communicate with the peasantry, and he's a great advocate of minor languages, what we might call, the matribhasha, the mother tongues and the vernaculars, as they're called. So Sankirtyan is how he signs his name in those books. So that's so we might think of him as a Sanskrit-loving Pandit, which he's often constructed as, but there is this other side to him. He's very happy to be this, to break that down immediately if it leads to a more to social regeneration, which is what he's committed to. So these are the labels and titles that he acquires: Sadhu, Bhikkhu, Tripitakacharya, because in Sri Lanka he becomes master of the Tripitaka, the three baskets of the Pali tradition, and the title of Mahapandit is given to him by the Pandits of Banaras, Varanasi, for his service to Sanskrit. He loved Sanskrit. He knew about 30 odd languages according to one count, and of course his comrade Rahul for the Marxists. So this is Vidyalankar Perivena. Following him, I landed up in Sri Lanka. I wanted to see if they still remember him. This is the oldest monastic college, and this is where he went to study, because he couldn't. So he met Bodhananda Mahasthavir, of course, and he wanted to study Buddhism. He was very curious, and there was no one to teach him Buddhism. So his story is also the story of the sort of forgetting, the amnesia about Buddhism in India, and the need to then go to a Buddhist country to study. So he goes to Sri Lanka, and he teaches Sanskrit there and studies Pali. He also teaches himself French and German in order to read the Orientalists, the Orientalist scholarship, because he learns that they are the ones who are doing work on Buddhism. This is a monk showing me the room. This room here is the room that he stayed. It's kind of locked now, but they still remember him, and it's quite an institution. So is there a linear movement, or are there overlapping subjectivities? It's a bit of both. In 1917, the revolution inspires 22वीं सदी, his very powerful and interesting futuristic fiction, which I have translated, and it's been published in an anthology on South Asian science fiction, the Golan's Book of Science. It's quite amazing. This is his first major work, and it is set in exactly 100 years from now, 2124, right? It's called 22वीं सदी, and it is imagining a utopia which has traces of a little bit of the Arya Samaj, a little bit of the Buddhism he's already becoming Buddhist in the early 20s, even though he's not yet gone to Sri Lanka. This is written in a prison as a satyagrahi, and it's inspired, he says, by the Russian Revolution, but he didn't know much about it. He would write much later that he was not educated enough to, he didn't know anything about socialism, but he whips up this amazing fantasy, which is quite extraordinary because it's very futuristic. It's thinking of a casteless society. It's using technology to get rid of caste. There's collective farms. The men and women are equal. Farmers are, traveling in trains and debating. They're reading philosophy. The world is connected. There are no wars, and there is a 4-hour workday. It's really quite exceptional, and the amazing, he's actually anticipating, email and so on. He's anticipating a whole lot of things in sitting in prison. This village-grown boy who never had this, technical education, shall we say? So quite extraordinary. So there it is. He's dreaming up a kind of Marxist utopia but there is also Nalanda resurrected in that story. The hero is a teacher. He is a teacher from Nalanda who goes to sleep and wakes up 200 years later into this utopia. But he has lessons for them. He essentially tells them that, it's not good to rest on your laurels and you must constantly evolve, which is fascinating. So it's a journey backwards and forwards. Even as he's anticipating the future, he's also going back to the past for inspiration. Nalanda has been resurrected as a very secular institution of learning where the latest research is going on, in his imagination. Vishwa Guru of a sort, but of a different kind. So in the early 30s, while wearing the robes of a Buddhist monk, he travels with Ananda Kausalyayan, sent by from Sri Lanka. They go to England, and this duality manifests itself, where he's also paying homage to Marx's grave. This is while he's wearing a Buddhist robes, monks. And they also, of course, see the relics of Shariputra and Maudgalyayan, the two disciples of the Buddha. In his biographical essay on Bhadant Bodhanand Mahasthavir, who was mentioned, he talks about how he could finally study all of this, and how he, this is about his intellectual growth and the travels. I became devoted to the Buddha and his teachings. I became an atheist, an Anishwarvadi Nastik, right? Beyond the Buddha, at the next level, I found Marx. Materialism became my philosophy, but my mind continued to be drawn towards the graciousness of the Buddha's personality. So there's a very interesting duality there. The literary output is pretty enormous. There are about 160 odd books in 36 odd languages, according to Prabhakar Machwe. But the autobiography itself runs into several volumes, which I've looked at very carefully. There's travel writing, which I'll talk about. Ghumakad Shastra, of course, is a treatise for travelers, where he theorizes travel and kind of nomadology before the French, kind of made it fashionable. He's doing a lot of things before they become fashionable. He's doing intertextual, he's doing, interdisciplinarity before it's fashionable. He's doing decolonial thinking, I think, before it's fashionable. Anyhow, biographies of Buddha, Saraha, Sinhala, Ghumakad, Marx, Engels, Mao, Stalin. I mean, it's just extraordinary, the range. Memoirs include his memoirs with his political, the fellow prisoners, Mere Asahयोग ke Sathi. Essays and polemics, Naye Bharat ke Naye Neta, Vivid Prasang, Tumhari Kshay, Ram Rajya aur Marxwad, very interesting. Histories of Central Asia, particularly Madhya Asia ka Itihas, which is very relevant for us. He's doing this, the research is being done between 42 and 44, that early. And it won the Sahitya Academy Award. It was published by the Sahitya Academy. Philosophy, there's an enormous survey of world philosophy called Darshan Digdarshan, also written in the early 40s, where he has, it's about 600 pages long, about 200 pages are devoted to Islamic philosophy. And it's quite extraordinary. When we talk about decoloniality today, we talk about, we must recognize the Eastern traditions. He's looking at the influence of Islamic philosophy on European thought, the debt that Europeans owe to that. So it's quite extraordinary in Hindi, right? So Darshan Digdarshan, 600 pages, and looking at the entire thing, starting with ancient Greece, ancient India, coming all the way up to Bergson, as a history of human engagement with philosophical concepts. If that is not decolonial, I don't know what it is. Without worrying about whether this is post-colonial, this is whatever. It's just everybody is on the same page, and these are all minds engaging with the same philosophical questions. It's quite extraordinary in the very audacity of its. This is being written in a unfree India. This is being produced in 1942. He's in a British jail while writing this. Historical fiction from Volga to Ganga, which I mentioned earlier, probably his best known work. It's been translated into several Indian languages, continues to be read. If you read the English version, kindly get hold of this one, which has a chapter 20. Singh Senapati, Bandhulmal, these are very interesting characters that also come in Volga to Ganga. There are 8 Bhojpuri plays, and there are several translations, including and sort of technical work, because he knew the languages to work in them, including some of the texts that he brought back from Tibet. So Dharmakirti's Praman Vartika is, of course, one of the major ones. There are 6 Tajik novels. That's the fascinating thing about him. He'd learned Urdu, of course. He went to madrasa. He studied Persian and Arabic later. And while waiting for a visa to the Soviet Union, because it was Stalinist Russia, he's waiting for months and months and months. So what does he do? He just takes hold of this Tajik novelists' novels and translates them, 6 of them. Later, he would meet his son in Russia, that novelist's son. So it's quite extraordinary, the range. So these are just the travelogues. It's a list of his travelogues. I don't know if you can read, you can just tell the regions from, Tibet, Europe, Ladakh, Kinnaur, the inner reaches of the Himalayas, of course, Garhwal. Very interesting kind of ethnography being done. I see it as a kind of non-colonial gazetteer, being produced in Hindi, because he notes everything, and he's very quick to pick up the languages as well. So, yeah. Okay. 5 minutes? 2 minutes?
2.
Okay, 2. Wait, this is not moving. Yeah. So, Ghumakadi, which is, of course, this is the lead motif of his autobiography, Sair kar duniya ki ghafil, zindagani phir kahan, zindagi kar kuch rahi to naujawani phir kahan. This keeps coming up. So he's recommending sair, travel, as a mode of being in the world. So it's a carpe diem message, but it's, sort of very... Ghumakar Shastra, of course, is the text that I really needed to talk more about. This is a play on the idea of Shastras. It's a tongue-in-cheek text, therefore, because it's not a Shastra. But he's basically saying Ghumakadi is the Param Dharma. It's the highest, achievement. So he says, Buddha is the supreme Ghumakar. This comes up, this question has been coming up again and again. Why is Buddhism so mobile? And he says that it's the freedom from the concerns with caste purity and the taboos against travel across the seas not being there. And he says, so it's the adaptability that he values. He mentions Shankaracharya, Guru Nanak, Columbus, and Darwin, because he says these are the people who brought modernity, and they, without their intrepid traveling, we wouldn't be where we are. So there's a modernist. Desh Gyan is another chapter where he says you must. This is written in the post-independent India, so we must know our country, and this is not tourism. This is travel the hard way, and on a minimal budget. It's a shoestring, adventurous travel that he's talking about. And then he talks about carrying the fragrance of one's soil as an ideal of response and responsibility for a good Ghumakar. You must. So there is both a sense of being located in a particular place while being open to the world. So very interesting, there's also a strong sense of responsibility. So if there's Ghumakar Shastra, which urged people to run away, and I have men in my own family who've been inspired to do that. His wife told me that people would write angry letters because they said our children have, our sons have run away because you've told them to. But there's also Bhago nahi duniya ko badlo. So don't run away, change the world. Volga se Ganga is again a fascinating, history of, and these are the sources that he's looking at. And the main themes really are mobility and miscegenation, and he's remapping, as it were, because it's 8,000 years of human history from Volga to Patna. It ends in Patna in 1942 with a Dalit Air Force pilot flying plane over Japan, ruminating on how we have come all this way to fascism in 1942. Right? So internationalism right there for you. And there's a debate about Gandhi, and it's a fascinating work. There's no time to go into all of that. Of course, Dharmakirti is his famous. This is the stamp. Really unfortunate, the image there. But it's very unflattering. I've seen a giant version of it at his home, and it's even worse there. But you can see the fact that they picked on the Tibetan journeys, to sort of celebrate him. This is him as a monk. Just some images. This is him in Tibet with the texts. More visits to Tibet. This is just to show you the sartorial transformations. Also, this is probably him in Europe. This is the famous. This is him writing, probably in Mussoorie at his home. There's a bust in Darjeeling where he passed his last years. And this is a recent drawing that we've used for our edition. Very interesting, I thought, with the way it works with symbolism. And I want to just end with, so these are just some of the people whose lives he, touches. Gedun Chopel, fascinating person. We need a separate talk on him. And of course, Sherbatsky, who invited him to Russia to teach Buddhist philosophy, famous scholar on Buddhist logic. Rorik also appears. There's his letter from Yuri Rorik, his son, to him. And we end with, so this is a Chinese translation of Volga se Ganga that I found at the Library of Congress, and this is an image of Dange. So there is this other world as well, so traveling texts. His texts have also been translated. I just want to end with this last quotation from Majjhim Nikaya, Buddhist text, which he uses and which he adapts and uses as the epigraph to his autobiography. I have taken ideas as a raft to carry me across, not as a load to be borne on the head. So the very notion of mobility, mutability, evolution, acceptance of change. So he's relating it to the Buddha's message of not reifying ideas and people. So I just end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must say I've held my tongue so far because I didn't want to get jinxed, and I didn't. We smack on time, 1 minute over, but that's forgiven. So thank you very much. I think we've seen two sets of presentations. One which talks about mobility in the interests of trade, specifically between South Asia and Central Asia, and vice versa. And the other one is sort of intellectual journeys, both individual as well as collective, in the process of state and perhaps nation building that we've gone through. So I saw this as a very interesting sort of paradigm that we are faced with. We have a full 20 minutes for questions, which is the bonus that we get for being on time. The only question, the only sort of thing is that if you have any comments to make, I would ask you to please hold it until all the questions are done with, and the questions as brief as possible, please, without being prefaced by a comment. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yahan pe de do. There it is.
Well, I just have a very short question for you. This book, Darshan and Dig Darshan, has that been translated?
No.
No.
Most of his work hasn't been translated.
Why not?
That's the problem. We need to do it. So I'm doing it a little bit at a time. I've translated his first work, and I'm sort of working on something else now.
Yeah, I mean there should be a host of scholars to attend.
160 to go.
And Pramana Vartik has been translated
that of course.
Into what? Into Hindi? What did he do?
He worked on a tippani, a tika of it, a commentary on it. But he also taught it in English and Russian, which he learned.
Excuse me, right there.
Yeah, Gitanjali, I want to know about the conversion of lower caste people from Hindus, particularly to Buddhism. It's very commonly happening. Earlier, it was happening to Christianity. They were given some incentives like hand pen women. Poor people were given food. Educated were given some jobs, and rich people were given women. So how they are attracted with this? Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah. Is that on? Yeah. Okay. So actually, the first recorded conversion in the modern period is in 1898, and it's led by Pandit Ayodhi Thas. In Madras, and Henry Olcott is actually asked to preside over a Paraya conversion, so lower caste conversion in Madras presidency. It's often referred to as a failed conversion. I don't know very much more about it. Dharmapala was present at that. And I don't think there was these kinds of incentives being offered, but the incentive of self-respect and kind of an exit from the caste system. And that's one of the, so through this period you see Bodhanand Mahastavir, for instance, has come up a few times in the 1920s and 30s, also carrying out lower caste conversions in in the United Provinces. You have some mention of this in the Bombay Presidency as well. And of course the next major conversion is the one in 1956. So in the modern era, that narrative is very much about converting out of the caste system, into a religio philosophy, theological religio philosophy, which allows for lower caste folk to be equal and to take their rightful place in society and eventually in democracy. So
thank
that
you.
Narrative is there.
Right here. For, microphone.
Thank you. My question to Maya Joshi, two related questions. And I'm wondering if they are related, because my question is, why does he write in Hindi, having known all these languages that you talk about? And related to that is, there were everywhere they went between the Buddhists and the non-Buddhists, the Hindus. There were debates in the villages, excuse me, talking about why one is better than the other or not better than the other. One sees also the Buddhist monk U Ottama being part of this debate. So is that linked? I mean, is he writing in Hindi? Is he participating in these debates? And is that the reason why he chooses Hindi?
Yeah, so I think there is this, for him, Hindi is really the, in the world he comes from, he's an Uttar Pradesh person, right? So he's writing for people, masses. He thinks of English as the elite, yeah, elite, elite. It's not so much foreign, it's the elitism of it, yeah? So it's accessibility, which is why Bhojpuri, for, you know, and the themes are all, you know, peasant, women, you know, Mehraru ke dukh, one of them is called, you know. So it's really trying to reach the people who need to be reached. I think that's how he sees it. And he says that I have tried to write, and it's a very humble perspective he has on his own writing. He says others will come and, you know. So, yeah. But he works in Sanskrit and Tibetan, and he writes his diary in Sanskrit, actually. There are very interesting reasons for that, which I don't want to go into.
Yes. Yes. Not yet, not yet. After that, I'll call on you.
Thanks to all the panelists. Very, very fascinating. My name is Ravi Bothalingam. I see that two of the panelists have focused on trade, one on Buddhism, and I think, Maya, you covered a very fascinating character who's got parts of many things. So my question is this: we tend to see trade journeys as just trade, religious journeys as just religious. Now, considering that these were difficult geographies and not easy to go across, is it not possible that all these travelers, there was some sort of cooperation, symbiosis amongst them? For example, they would have traveled together on a caravan which was traveling through these dangerous parts, and therefore did Buddhism or any other religious tourism, religious, what is the right word, religious expedition, also serve a part in trade? And did trade indeed serve a part in propagation of these beliefs? So this kind of intertwining is what I'm asking about. Anybody who you feel.
I think that is true what you're saying. It's not something that I could really elaborate on very far, but I do know that a lot of, I don't know about a lot, but some Hajj pilgrims from Central Asia used to come through Ladakh by the Trans-Karakoram route, having attached themselves to trade routes, to trade caravans, to trade expeditions. And I think it's probably at an earlier stage, it may be true, but I can't, that Buddhism spread partly along, well, the trade routes were established, perhaps, and allowed the pilgrims and the scholars, they gave them a path to follow and possibly protection. I mean, I don't know enough about this, but I think that you're probably right.
I think it's also very right, because a lot of people, you know, see it as just trade. But along with the trade caravans, there was always somebody who was a Buddhist or a Muslim, you know, going to spread the word. And I think the modern equivalent of it is that when you go on a 747, chances are that 80-90% of it are traders, businessmen and women. And then there's that one professor who's either going to, you know, visit grandchildren or do other things, and who carries along ideas with him or her.
Who's attending a conference.
So I think that's a paradigm that we have to look at. Yes, please.
I just wanted to add two things. One is that you know, actually piety and commerce go together quite well, and one of the ways it went together in this case, these gentlemen, these figures weren't traders, of course, but they're very much part of pushing pilgrimage trails and so on, and encouraging people to move, and that is actually funding the transport revolution. And Richard Jaffe talks about how important it was for a shipping line to open between Tokyo and Bombay in order to facilitate that traffic, and how that was funding itself. But the other thing is, there is a way in which in the early 20th century there are these renouncer, ascetic type of figures everywhere. These men wanted to travel, they wanted to do ghumakari, they wanted to go out and see the world. It was a way of breaking social bonds as well, and domestic bonds that they felt stifled by. And so they just are, these figures particularly that I'm looking at, are not particularly interested in trade or commerce. Or they are very much interested in going out and being students and being politically involved and sort of being heroic and all of that. So there's also just that.
Peter. I'd like to begin by thanking the panel for these 4 fascinating presentations, for really opening up this wonderful world to us. I have 2 questions, one to Gitanjali and one to Maya. Gitanjali, it's more a kind of clarification question. You mentioned Kosambi and you called him a Marathi intellectual. Now I'm not nitpicking, and I'm not being chauvinistic. I'm not nitpicking.
No, just by way of language.
Yeah, no, only because there was a huge debate, not because he's gone, but because the Marathi intellectuals didn't accept him. The Marathi intellectuals didn't accept him. He was actually quite humiliated. And it's only when his scholarship in the Buddhist texts became well known and understood that he got elevated at the Bhandarkar Institute. So I just thought you may want to comment on that.
No, I don't know. I mean, I didn't get into Dharmanand Kosambi, although that's a paper in itself, right? Yeah, but I only meant it from the point of view of the language that he's writing, and he's writing very specifically, again, very much like Rahul Sankrityayan, who was, they overlap, although I don't think they're friends, in the language of the people. They did, so I hadn't.
In fact, that sort of sets the base for my second question.
No, that's his son. That's Didi.
No, I think it's a really fascinating, account of Rahul Sankrityayan that you've presented to us, and I want to know: did he actually cross paths with the Kosambis?
Yeah,
because there is such a common travel in their lives.
Yeah, they met in Lahore in 1913. Dharmanand and he.
And therefore, these various avatars of his, I mean, were they superficial, or what is it? No, to be able to move from Buddhism to Marxism, there must have been something that drove him.
No. There is I mean, he writes about it. He writes about it. There's an entire. I mean, Buddhist socialism is a field in itself in Southeast Asia. There are many people like that. So it's not at all surprising that he should feel that way. This whole idea of primitive communism, the Sangha, so there's a whole body of literature on this, and he also engages with this Buddhist dialectics. There's a particular collection that People's Publishing House brought out, in which he has an essay called Buddhist Dialectics, in which he engages with this. For him, it remains an idealism. He says it's an Hegelian idealism because it doesn't get into dialectical materialism. But the dialectical method is shared. So he actually engages with it philosophically as well, and and then he engages. I've written about this also. There are many people who sort of talked about these overlaps. Of thinking about even Ambedkar talks about it. In Nepal, in Kathmandu. Yeah, in Kathmandu, he speaks of Buddha or Karl Marx. So this is not at all a surprising sort of juxtaposition.
Yeah. Question for Maya again. Maya, you said something about how you saw Rahul Sankrityayan's sort of remarkable intellectual sort of the quality of his mind and the creativity as intrinsically linked to the fact that he wasn't formally schooled or didn't go to have colonial education.
That may have helped, I'm thinking.
Yeah. So that's exactly. I'm sure you've thought about it a little more, and that's why I wanted to draw you out, ask you to sort of say a little bit more. And the reason I'm saying that is, as someone who's looked at the 19th century, the coming of English, and the making of sort of the bilingual relation and what print does to the linguistic economy. And the ways in which the early 19th century intellectuals, these are people who, were obviously kind of at home in so many different languages. And a couple of generations from then on, you know what's happened to sort of linguistic repertoires. So, and this is something, the kinds of loss this involves is something that we haven't even begun to think about. So it's in that context that I'm asking you to say a little bit more, because if you work on linguistic reorganization, I mean, the idea of linguistic minorities in a polyglot society like ours, what is this, look at what is happening.
All right, as long as it's not very long,
Yeah,
because there are several questions.
Yeah, we can
pending,
chat
so.
about it later. I think that's a very long discussion.
Go ahead.
No, we'll talk
Okay,
about it later.
all right.
Oh, Joya, no.
Oh, sorry, right here. Yeah. And then you.
राहुल संस्कृत्यायन का तो कर्म क्षेत्र बिहार में था, शांकृत्यायन, शांकृत्यायन, तो और उनका मतलब किसान आंदोलन में भी वो, तो स्वामी सहजानंद का जो किसान आंदोलन था उसमें भी वो पार्ट,
मैंने वो एक स्लाइड थी वो फटाफट कर दिया आगे। हम सहजानंद जी के साथ ही शुरू किया था, उन्होंने फिर हट गए थे, अलग हो गए थे, फिर वो कम्युनिस्ट हो गए थे।
Thank you very much. Actually, this question is addressed to Maya Joshi, but this whole panel was really superlative in like widening our horizons totally. I was wondering if when you were researching Rahul Sankrityayan's travels, and extensive travels all over Southeast Asia, up to Russia, and I don't know other places, maybe the West. But did you get and also in Tibet, did you get access to his letters? The letters written to, for example, Anand Kaushalya, or
yeah, there are some
many letters that, or in the Mahabodhi Society in Sri Lanka, his correspondence with them, or with
Sherbatsky, yeah,
who wrote. I mean, this very important Buddhist scholar.
Yeah. No, they are around. Some have been collected and published also. Some of his letters have been collected and published.
Oh,
his correspondence.
Sir, I like to draw attention that lot has been said about Buddhism for the last 2 days, but one fact has been left out, and that is rise and fall of Buddhism, a rise and fall of Hinduism, rise and fall of Zoroastrianism and Marxism, but rise of Christianity, rise of Islam. What these philosophies, how they go up and down. What happened to Buddhism? It's been gone up and gone down. What were the causes? Why it happened so? Why it couldn't maintain its tempo? What went wrong? Where it went wrong?
Okay, thank
As
you.
it happened to other philosophies as well.
Thank you. Would either of you want to tackle that?
Thank you. I think that would need another seminar. There are so many views on this, so much has been written on it. People have, really thought about it. So.
No, I'm sorry. I've got Jyoti Malhotra right now, and then I'll talk to you. I realized there were no questions from the two ends, so I will. Thank you. Okay.
So the photograph of Anagarika Dharmapala and Swami Vivekananda. Now, did they know each other, or is one photobombing the other, or and also the larger relationship between Buddhism and, I don't know, for want of a better phrase, the RSS or the antecedents of the RSS? What's the relationship between?
Okay, so they did know each other. They got along quite well, actually, at the World Parliament of Religions. Swami Vivekananda referred to him in a letter as a good boy, although he's only about a year younger, who would help him with his mission. And Dharmapala also thought that Vivekananda would help him with his mission. And for some time they got along. He defended, Vivekananda came under some criticism in Calcutta, and Dharmapala actually defended him in Calcutta in the Minerva Theatre a few years later. Vivekananda was still in the US at that point. So they had a relationship, but they fall out. I mean, there's no question that they don't have a relationship by the end of Vivekananda's life. For why? Because they're both, well, the main issue is the Mahabodhi temple. Vivekanand doesn't feel that, he thinks that Dharmapala is going into fits over things Indian, quote unquote. And Dharmapala just keeps quiet because he doesn't want that response to become a big thing in Calcutta. So that's the main reason. But on the other questions, shall I just quickly touch on this?
Okay.
So on the other question of RSS and Buddhism, there's a lot to be said actually, and the Hindu Mahasabha is very actively involved in the Mahabodhi temple case, and in fact is trying to work out a proper, a positive, like an accommodation between the Mahant of the Mahabodhi temple and Buddhism. But I'll be happy to, and the Mahabodhi Society, but I'll be happy to talk about that outside.
Yes.
Maya, I would like to ask you why Rahul Sankirtan has been so ignored by the so-called intellectual elite of India.
One is simply language. One is simply the issue of language. You know, he's not been, you know, some of it has to do with the fact that it's not. Some of it is that it's been written, but you know, my Hindi department invited me to speak on him from the English department. So even the Hindi walas don't always read him. I dug up, my college library had books 40 years old, which hadn't been borrowed in 40 years, written by him. And I kind of, you know, so there is it's a very good question, and we need to think about why, and I have my own thesis, which will take more time.
Yes, Professor Raza.
So a very stimulating session, just like the other ones over the past 2 days. However, I have just one small query from Anita and Janet, because both of you talked about diaspora, and that too 18th, 19th, 20th century. I was just interested to know that there was another section of people from India who had migrated towards Kabul and towards Iran, where they had settled down and were carrying on trade and commerce, the Sikh community. In fact, now when all this issue arose, a large number of Sikhs had to leave Kabul and return back to the country. And we also know that in Iran, during the period when Reza Shah I had his revolution, or whatever he called it, the White Revolution or whatever, during that period of time there was some persecution of the Indian Sikh community out there, and they were thrown out of that country. Can any one of you, and they were all merchants and traders, so can Janet or Anita throw some light on that?
Thank you. I was so glad that trade and they get some questions. So yes.
Well, I know that there was that Sikhs were part of the diaspora. I'm sorry, I don't know anything more about them, and I'm sorry I didn't even give them a mention. I should have.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
You know, I have to put up my hands and declare I'm a out-and-out centralationist. I was looking for Bukharan state structures, so you know the Shikarpuris came into my view. I've never done work on the Sikh community in Afghanistan. Of course they existed, and when you know people traveled, they encountered them, so they must have been there. And if you're saying so, there must have been a certain amount of persecution. But I've never studied them in detail, so I'm not really in a position to talk in detail about them.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to thank this panel for having really taken us to a completely different level and of appreciation and understanding. My question is really to Maya. Maya, you make the presentation as if these various identities that Sankirtan lived were very seamless, and yet you look at the torture, the internal struggle of the Buddha. Does that come through at all, the struggle, the internal conflict of these different identities that are impinging on his consciousness?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's not all simultaneous. There is a seriality to it. You know, it's not as neat as some people have made out, but he sort of rejects one and then moves on to the other, but some residue remains. So, for instance, in Sri Lanka, when he's debating the question of, does the Atma, when he's leaving the Atmavad, and, he talks about walking, on the railway track, and he says, I was so deep in thought and it was so intense that I ran the risk of being run over by the train. And he describes it as an intense, sort of self-questioning, and coming to it after having thought it through, that I can no longer believe in a soul, or a creator God, or the Vedas as authority, or whatever. So there is a kind of very systematic rejection, as it were, but I think the residues remain. So even as a Marxist, he sort of talks about the Buddha as the highest achievement of human, what that a human can achieve. He continues to have Shraddha, he says, despite not calling him himself a Buddhist, and refusing to join Anand Kausalyan on that proselytizing on the London trip. He is very he's doing his own thing. I mean, he's doing Buddhist scholarship. He carries the Thankas, etc., with him, meets Sylvain Levy and so on in Europe. He goes to France, but it's not necessarily, a surrender of faith completely. So there is this kind of a distance that he maintains, and doesn't talk enough about the inner struggle. And then the first religion that he engages with is actually Shaiv. As a very young man, he does a sadhana to make the Devi happy, and the Devi does not appear, and he takes an overdose of some drug, I forget, whatever they took, the Shaivs, and he nearly dies. He has to be resurrected. So there is that also. After that, he becomes a Vaishnav, and then he finds the Vaishnavs and the Shaivs fighting with each other, and then he says, okay, I'm off to Arya Samaj.
Okay.
So there is
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. We have gone over time between you and tea, so I dare not extend this any longer. I thank the audience, and I thank all the speakers, of course, for really quite a stimulating session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wahid, and it really was a mind-expanding session, as Joyati said. So now may we come to the Pashmina shawls will be presented.
Oh, right.
Please. Sudhaji.
Thank you. That was wonderful.
Yes, you did a very good. We actually had a discussion.
Yes, I was so happy when I saw
Yes,
it.
I was very happy when I saw that. They said that there was dancing.
Here you go with your Pashmina.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if I get one.
Anyways, and
I'm actually the stalker.
He actually pulled out,
Okay.
about 2 weeks ago. So then they said that they had contacted me.
You mentioned shawls a lot, so.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gitanjali is coming first. Yes. Gitanjali is coming first. Yes. Gitanjali.
I hope you like this one, Gitanjali.
Yes, I love it.
Oh, lovely.
Thank you. Thank you.
What a fascinating paper it is. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's like.
May I request Dr. Alok Tripathi ji? Sorry, sir, आपका तो.
Yeah, I did.
थोड़ा अनौपचारिक रूप से.
Why don't you come in the middle? You have to come closer.
You have. You've done very well. चाहिए तो सही पीछे बड़ा बड्डा है कुछ नहीं कुछ थोड़ी आगे करनी Soon Chatterjee is, I had a, who is the director was, Prasoon Chatterjee. What is your role here? You're the rapporteur.
Yes, rapporteur.
Good, good. So you're going to give us a report.
He will tell you all about
what happened. Yes,
so far.
indeed. I need to know, I think. I haven't the faintest idea.
So, welcome to our valedictory session of our conference, Asia on the Move, Histories of Mobility and the Making of Asia. We're greatly privileged to have as the valedictory speaker, Dr. Karan Singh. The President IIC, Shri Shyam Saran, will preside. Before handing over to the chair, I request the Chief Rapporteur to sum up the conference for a valedictory speaker. Just 2 lines of introduction. Dr. Prasoon Chatterjee is Deputy Head Academic, Primus Books. He holds a PhD in History on Travel and Description in 17th Century India and has written on gender, travel, writing, and the circulation of goods in early modern India.
Good evening, honorable dignitaries, Dr. Karan Singh, Shri Shyam Saranji, Shri K.N. Srivastavji, respected scholars here, and my friends. The last 2.5 days have been really quite a journey through landscapes, mountains, seas, and across time and space. So, summing this up would be an arduous task because there were so many papers, fascinating ones, and I'll try to be brief, but please forgive me if I miss out on balancing them. The conference started with a wonderful exhibition on the traveling relics, and that showcases the theme of mobility in Asia, which the conference tries to capture. On 23rd morning in the inaugural session, Shri K.N. Srivastavji welcomed the delegates and mentioned, among other things, how Kapilaji had thought about interactions among cultures and the theme of mobility. Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan then outlined how Dr. Karan Singh also inspired the this project about Asia and mobility within that, and how the Samhita project is also kind of trying to explore that. Shri Shyam Saranji also talked about something interesting, whether there could be an Asian personality that one could think of, and that kind of reverberated through the papers later. In the keynote address, as we get to know so much from Professor Sanjay Subramaniam's books and papers, here also he opened up a window to a wide range of issues that could be looked at through a comparison of ports and their morphology from Malacca to Hormuz to Surat to Fort St. George to Kochi. So it was a wide-ranging talk, and it focused on certain points which are crucial while looking at port cities and their mobile communities. urban morphology, types of port cities, the differences between Surat and Bandar Abbas, ethnicity and mobility, ethnogenesis, the question of cosmopolitanism. So all of this led to the first session presided over by Dr. Alok Tripathi, and where Dr. William Dalrymple talked about the journey of the influences of art from Berenik to Ajanta, and he focused on a certain argument which is going to become more interesting about the Roman Egyptian influence and connection rather than the Greek one in that is evident in the Gandhar objects that have been found near the Red Sea port of Berenik. So and from there, the wide range of discussions that he introduced us to, including a very interesting map of the concentration of the Roman coins, which showed very clearly how the concentration is more towards the subcontinent and the peninsular part of it rather than towards China, which is something for people to think about, scholars to research on in times to come. This session on hubs of interaction also led to several discussions on shifting boundaries, topologies, and the place of river ports as well. These were there in the question and answer session. That led us afterwards to the second session on journeys of texts, ideas, and beliefs. Presided over by Professor Upinder Singh. Here, Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan started the first presentation and explored the transference of texts through by explaining first the stories, the story of Sudhana in the text Gandavyu, and then went on to describe the way the text has traveled to China, Japan, and is also seen in the form of panels in the Borobudur temple in Indonesia. Professor Sashibala then talked about the journey of Atisha and first his training and the way he prepared for a journey of correction of Tibetan Buddhism, and how he traveled with the ideas and texts of Dharmakriti. This was a very old 1500-year route that he followed, and the travails of that journey. Professor Batar Kitimov then traced the very interesting connection of the travel of Buddhism through China into the Bohai state in Russia in the 9th century, and then a second wave of Buddhism where the nomadic Oirat or Kalmyk tribes in the 17th century carried the message of Buddhism onto Russia. And these were very interesting influences to follow, and they led to certain discussions and connections later in the presentations and observations of other scholars here. The third session yesterday was again a fascinating one on stories of travel and encounter, presided over by Professor Nayan Chanda. It focused on travel narratives and texts and several observations about the authors, travelers, their expressions and ability to tell stories, the veracity of their narratives, the ways of looking at the subjects of description in authority. These were some of the topics which were explored. Professor Nadim Rezavi deliberated on the unique features of Al-Biruni's account in the first presentation, where he pointed out that it was perhaps one of the first objective accounts of India as a whole, as the subcontinent. Also, he outlined the role of Al-Biruni being a political prisoner, and that leading to the way he looked at India and the various aspects of the landscape. The other very interesting point that he delineated was that the sciences, the knowledge about sciences is what Al-Biruni sort of does better, but when it comes to the social systems, he was being prodded by the people who were around him and was advising him. Then we had a very interesting presentation by Professor Syed Akhtar Hussain, who reflected on the beautiful prose of Ibn Battuta, the elite circle in which he traveled, and he talked about Muhammad bin Tughlaq's Sultanate and Ibn Battuta's observations on it, and then he went on to describe in very interesting terms how Bengal comes up in the descriptions and Sadgaon in the descriptions of Ibn Battuta. Two things which he delineated there were very interesting. First, that it was perhaps one of the first documents for Muslim rulers in the Middle East of today, bridging the various parts of Asia that Ibn Battuta's account achieved. And the other thing was that there was actually perhaps no pride or degrading of others while looking at the differences in cultures. The next presentation by Professor Ronald D'Souza on the peregrine cam or peregrine cow was fascinating because of the kind of fantastic and moving tales that he talked about, from robbery to adventures across mountains and seas, and also this account of Fernão Pinto brings together certain aspects which are now becoming important: travel writing, empire mapping, Portuguese cultural understanding of Asia, and the wide range of ways in which this account is being read, from him being called a liar to the popularity of the accounts and the authorial sort of voice and the interpolations in it, that are the different versions of it that perhaps come to account. And this reminds me of the accusations on Nicola Manucci as well, much later. So insights into maritime history, interactions between Europe and Asia, and the aspect of the Jesuits, and the question regarding Francis Xavier's place in history and in other problematic questions actually were very interesting to follow. Then Professor Zlatan Wilhelm explored the arduous journey of Choma de Coros and the significance of his study of the Tibetan texts, from Choma's formative influences of the Uyghur connection being discussed rather than the Magyar sort of origins, to the inspiration from the professors in Göttingen, to his travels to Leh, and through that to the Zangla citadel in 1824, and finally his arrival in Kolkata and writing the first Tibetan dictionary and grammar, what all of these meant. So that was again a fascinating paper, bringing together many aspects. Today morning we started with the fourth session, which was on individual enterprise and comparative cultures, and the papers were really stellar, presided over by Ambassador Jayant Prasad. Professor Nayan Chanda told us the fascinating tale of Abraham bin Yezu and his travel from Tunisia to Mangalore and the becoming of an international businessman. in quotes. It's a very modern term, but the various range of social and especially I was struck by the descriptions of the shipments and more so the bronze workshops and other materials that you talked about. So, so the different worlds of 12th, 13th century Asia were getting connected in this manner, and it was really good to know about this. Professor Dilorom Karamat then outlined the different ways in which the musical traditions and instruments of Iran, India, and Central Asia have been borrowed and journeyed back and forth between these various territories and their cultures. The exchanges that were more vigorous, according to her, of the with Central Asia before 16th century and were overtaken by a prominence of the Mughal era exchanges with Iran, still continued in certain ways, and then the interactions with Afghanistan during the colonial period, along with the earlier tradition of pre-colonial era, led to the contemporary understanding of shared musical traditions in these areas. She actually talked about it till the 20th century, which was really interesting. Then we went, we had our fifth session on changing landscapes and expanding imaginaries, which was chaired by Professor Wariku, and it explored the mobility and exchanges theory of the medium of art. So, Professor, through the medium of art, I'm sorry. Professor Navina Najat Haidar's explanation of Farooq Beg or Farooq Hussain through the paintings and through his travels, the identification of the character who is spread across as 3 or 4 names was really quite almost like a piece of detective work, which is coming together through the work of scholars over 70 years. But Robert Skelton's initial hunch and the subsequent studies have now led to this interesting connection that I think is not just between art, but also it is between different regions in poetry, because I heard at Madison a few months back that scholars are working on the poetry of Zahuri and poetry of Faizi, and the interesting connections between that. So all of these somehow seem to me related, but will have to be worked out perhaps. Professor Robert Lindroth's presentation took us through the travels of Zadpa Dorje from the Zanskar mountains to Bhutan and back to Zanskar. It was really interesting to know how some of these unique murals in monasteries of Ladakh were painted, and how the differences in the depiction of, let's say, the elephant, which was quite alien to people earlier in these areas, were sort of brought through the experiences of someone like Zedpa and his journeys and his understanding of the plains and other parts of Asia. Professor Irina Zeronsko, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing wrongly, but delved on Rorich's worldview through his paintings and through his travels. Rorich's belief that Altai and Himalayas were the core of human civilization and is quite an inspiring thought in certain ways, but his art, travel, and writing create a complex of arriving at what could be one way of looking at an Asian personality that perhaps Shyam Saranji was talking about. The last session on interactions renewed, chaired by Professor Siddiq Wahid, had again really fascinating papers from both the side of commerce and trade, and on the other side from religious identities and deliberations on them. And Professor Anita Sengupta spoke about how we can rethink the way the term diasporas have been talked about. So her query began with looking at how Bukhara does not have an Indian community in that sense, but there are mentions of the Multanis, Khatris, Shikarpuris, and then she went on to tell us about the connection of Shikarpur with the Central Asian lands, and also the historical transitions of when the Silk Route was sort of in. There was almost a rivalry between how the Silk Route would function and later how the maritime route took over. But the Silk Route perhaps reconfigured itself, or there were other kinds of interactions of trade, and those come up in the later discussions. Dr. Janet Rizvi's work on the Pashmina shawl is very well known, and she here told us that there were many other communities which were of good value to the Yarkandi route to Central Asia, and the connection of Ladakh and Kashmir to that. Apart from that, we then had Professor Gitanjali Surendran talking about a Buddhist bay. We only knew in parts about these connections, but they came together so well in this presentation about how India, Burma, Ceylon in the first half of the 20th century exchanged Buddhist ideas, and then the role of Angarika Dharmapala and the Mahabodhi Society in sort of bringing these elements together of the connections of Buddhism all across the subcontinent. And then several Indian intellectuals traveling through these parts of the subcontinent, including Ambedkar's travels to the 6th Buddhist Council and the other political implications of his conversion towards the end. That paper actually brought together politics, religion, and the aspect of of pilgrimage into one whole complex. Dr. Maya Joshi's exploration of the various influences on the interesting and enigmatic character of Rahul Sankrityayan was stellar in its expanse in terms of looking at the contribution of Rahul Sankrityayan to Buddhist literature, archiving material, his accounts of travels, of his travels, and the many changing stances and associations. It's really difficult to encapsulate Rahul Sankrityayan in one category, and how the alternate frames, lists of names, his range of writings can be thought about. One would look forward to her work in time regarding this. So this was more or less the conference and the papers. It was really good to be part of it, and I really enjoyed. Thank you.
Wow.
So thank you so much, Prasoon, for summing up over 2 days of discussion on over 2 millennia of interaction. So we'll hand over to our chair. Since we're short on time, I'll just say that Shyam Saran, present ISC, is former Foreign Secretary of India, was Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Nuclear Affairs and Climate Change, and his books include How India Sees the World, How China Sees India and the World, and the edited volume on cultural and civilizational links between India and Southeast Asia.
Thank you very much, Niharika. Let me first of all thank Prasoon for that excellent summation that he has given of our 2-day conference. But it is a special pleasure for me to welcome Dr. Karan Singh, whose association with the India International Center is, of course, of very, very long standing. He also happens to be the chairman of the editorial committee, which brings out the very, very well-received ISC Quarterly, very highly regarded. And more than that, the International Research Division, which has really been instrumental in putting this conference together. It is actually Dr. Karan Singh who initiated this whole program of looking at the Asian space in all its different aspects, and it is later on that it became an international relations, international division, from being much more focused on the Asian side. Since then, Dr. Karan Singh, of course, has been always very, very supportive of all the various projects that we have been undertaking. And as I said, it is a special privilege for me to welcome him amongst us. Let me say that Dr. Karan Singh, of course, he's the symbol of Jammu and Kashmir. For 18 years, he was the regent, Sadr-e-Riyasat of Jammu and Kashmir. But much more than that, he really, is a kind of a living example of the very rich legacy of Kashmir and Kashmiri culture. Here is a region which connects our Indian subcontinent to Central Asia, to Tibet, and its own culture is such a wonderful, delightful mix of so many influences that we really in India are very, very proud about. Dr. Karan Singh, of course, I don't need to go into his bio. I think all of you are aware of his background. He has been cabinet minister in government. He has been an author of many books. He's a Sanskritist. He is someone who has in the India International Center recited Sanskrit shlokas, but also pieces from other languages. So he's really a polymath. And I think we could find no better person to really conclude this very fascinating 2 days of discussion we have had. Perhaps Dr. Karan Singh is the best person to really talk about this subject. When I went to him to invite him to be the speaker for the valedictory session, he asked me what this is all about. And so I was foolish enough to say that, we are going to be talking about this Asian space and the kind of, there is an Asian personality, there is some kind of an Asian identity. And he challenged me on that and said, is this really the case? So I would hope that after he has heard about all that we have been through, perhaps we will now have his judgment on this particular question. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shyamji. Shyam Saran and Srivastava, the rapporteur, Sudha Gopal Krishnan. First of all, let me congratulate you all for having brought together such a formidable array of talent. I mean, I've attended many seminars, but I think the sort of people you've been able to get together and the richness of what you've done, I went through the brief papers, is quite extraordinary. And I would like to congratulate you all for again this renewed interest on Asia. Let me give you a little background as to how this our IIC interaction with Asia began. towards the end of the last century, I think it was in 1997, I thought, and some of us thought, that our IIC programs were becoming too Eurocentric. We were looking towards Europe, we were looking towards America all the time. All the people who were coming from there, and there was an inadequate attention on our own continent. So I proposed to I was a trustee, I proposed to the Board of Trustees that we set up what was then called the IIC Asia project, which involved, over the next 6 years, a series of seminars, because you see, Asia is so huge, it's impossible to cover it. You know, there's no, if you ask for a picture of Asia in your mind, there's no such picture. And you can have a picture of Latin America, you have a picture, but there's no picture of Asia. Because how do you go from Bali to New Zealand? How can you get them all into one picture? So we broke it up, first of all, territorially. We had South Asia, Southeast Asia, Southwest Asia, Central Asia, and Australasia, because that's also part of us. So we had these 6 seminars to which we invited scholars, Indian scholars in those areas, and we invited scholars from those regions. And it's very interesting, when we had the Central Asia one, Shyamji, they had never met each other before, because, you know, they were all under communist rule. They couldn't move beyond their countries. So people from Turkmenistan were delighted to meet the Tajikistan, and so it was probably the first time they'd ever met. Bade gale wale mile, maine kaha, chalo humne mila to diya. So that was how we did it, and it is such a huge area and such a tremendous variety, race, religion, language, culture, and scholars and travelers it found their way. Despite the huge area that they had to cover, they found their way, they found their roots. So it was scholars, travelers, and traders. Very important, because trade was a very central part of how the relations grew between India and the other Asian countries. In fact, the trade came through my own state. I was just looking up some papers, and the Treaty of Chushul was 1842. After General Zorawar Singh, as you know, was our great hero who conquered Ladakh and conquered Gilgit and all, one of the most outstanding military figures in world history. After he died, in his final attack on Lhasa, there was another battle where the Dogra forces defeated the Tibetans, and that was called the Battle of Chushul. And after that battle, a treaty was signed, the Treaty of Chushul, which defines to this day the border between Tibet and Ladakh. The trade also used to come through Kashmir. Kashmir is still one of those areas where a lot of the trade, the pashmina, the shawls and all, came down into Kashmir through Ladakh. So I have been a witness, in fact, I've been living in an area which has been a crucial link, as it were, in the whole Asian context. I mean, many memorable names have been mentioned. I noticed there's Atisha, there's Al-Baruni, there's Ibn Battuta, there's Alexander Koras, who was Hungarian, I think, wasn't he? And Nicholas Roerich, and our own people who went there and traveled. And all the papers that I looked through were very, very, very interesting. I just read some of them. Nalanda, for example, is a prime example of how we influence the world. For 7 centuries, Nalanda was the greatest center of learning probably in the world, at least certainly in Asia. Maybe Constantinople was another center at that time, but Nalanda for 7 centuries. 7 centuries is a long time. They were the ones who produced the scholars. That is where travelers came from China, travelers came from outside and studied and took away manuscripts. Many manuscripts that we had lost, we had to have translated back from the Chinese, because the Chinese are the only ones who had those. They had translated them into Chinese. So we had to translate them back to understand what they were saying. So this is also a very fascinating thing, how all these figures are done. Now the question arises as to whether there is an Asian personality. Shyamji and I were discussing that. I must admit, after these 6 seminars that I had, I couldn't really discover an Asian personality. You know, I haven't heard anybody say, I'm proud to be an Asian. No. I'm proud to be an Indian, I'm proud to be a Pakistani, I'm proud to be a Chinese. Aapne suna kisi ko kehte, I'm proud to be an Asian. Do we have any sense that we are really Asians? Except that colonialism was so strong. As a reactive view, we felt that we were part of the anti-colonial movement. But Asia as such is of course very important. But I think that there are some things, of course, which link us together. But I must give you first of all, I must tell you that I was one of the first people in the world to walk from Asia to Europe, because the 50th anniversary of Kemal Atatürk was celebrated in Istanbul. I can't exactly remember the date. And I was there on representative on the behalf of the government of India. And that was when the Bosphorus Bridge was opened. So we were among the first human beings to actually walk from Asia to Europe. That's just a thing I thought of. Because Turkey, Asia goes up to Turkey also. And they're trying desperately to get into the European Union, which is ridiculous. How can Turkey be a European country, for God's sake? Anyhow, I'm not getting, it sounds prima facie to me at least. I hope there's no Turkish ambassador is not here. But मुझे तो अटपटा लगता है कि यूरोपियन यूनियन में टर्की जा रही है. कल को anyhow, I don't want to press that. Now, there is an Asian personality in the sense that the culture has gone. For one thing, let me tell you, there is a misconception that it was only Buddhism that went to. Not true. Hinduism went, probably earlier and in a bigger way. Go to Cambodia. The same year as Raja Chola was building the great Brihadishwara temple in Tanjavur, the Hindu king of Cambodia was building Angkor Wat, the greatest Hindu temple in the world. It's 1 kilometer wide, and it has these extraordinary sculptures, and it is something that needs to be seen. We don't realize that is the biggest Hindu temple in the world. And then you go to Indonesia, for example, the way they've maintained, they have the beautiful Borobudur, of course, which is the Bhadra Vihara, the great Vihara. Borobudur aa gaya Prabhamsur ki bhasha mein. So, but Prambaran, which is the Parambrahman temple in Java, there's a Shiva temple, there's a Vishnu temple, and there's a Brahma temple. And it's remarkable that being a Muslim country, the Indonesians have not only trained them, have looked after these monuments. They have repaired them. I remember once when one of them was damaged and we sent a message, can we help? They said, no, we are looking after it ourselves. So luckily the Islam that went there was not as bloodthirsty and disastrous as the ones who attacked us and destroyed thousands of temples. And as somebody said rightly, that the Muslim invasion of India was one of the bloodiest chapters in world history. How much destruction there must have been. And you go to, the Indonesians are as good Muslims as anybody else. How come that they have safeguarded the Hindu temples? So, well, maybe there are ways, there are different, I'm not an expert on that, but William Dalrymple has in a very interesting way pointed out in his paper, The Golden Road, how Hinduism has gone there and how all the Hindu and Buddhist relics. You see, Hinduism doesn't have relics, but Buddhism has relics. So the relics went there. There's a whole book on the relics. So I would say, I don't know what is common. Perhaps a reverence for learning is common. I'll give you an example. My good friend Carl Sagan, his wife and my wife and I, we were visiting San Francisco. We drove across that glorious bridge, which always really reminds me of the bridge to immortality in the Mundaka Upanishad. Amrita Sesha Setu, the Golden Gate Bridge there, with sheer sweep. And we went across, went to the Muir Woods. You know them well. It's a cathedral to be with those great redwood trees. He said to me, Karan, I'm having a class this afternoon. Why don't you drop in? I said, fine, I'll drop in. I went to he was lecturing, I think, in the New York University. And I went into this classroom, and there were two boys sitting in the back row with their feet on top of the chairs in front of them. Now, I was shocked, but I noticed that nobody bothered because they were in Europe, not in Asia. I don't think in any Asian country it would be permissible for students to sit with their feet up like that. What do you think? In China, for example, would anybody allow that? In Japan? Or in any Buddhist or Hindu country? So this is a small thing. It means, I think, that we not only like learning, we worship it. We look upon it as something sacred, not just as something that has to be got through in life. So I think that is one common feature I would point out in Asian. And I'll tell you another example. We used to have these, when I was a minister, we used to have these international youth groups. And there was a group from Mauritius. And after one item, one boy was pushing the harmonium out with his foot. And another girl ran up immediately and said no. Now, it is obvious that pushing a musical instrument with your feet is not the done thing. Because music for us is not just something which you enjoy, it is something that is sacred. So I think the idea of the sacred is something, Shamji, which you might consider could be something that is special to Asia. The idea of the sacred. And not only out there. So that is something which I thought I might put before you. And then what else was in common? When I was in the ICCR, the things that were I visited almost all the Asian countries. I opened cultural centers there. Their first demand was Bharatanatyam, the second was yoga. These were the two demands, the main demands, nothing else. And perhaps a Hindi teacher or something. But it's interesting that in all these countries, the Muslim countries, the Buddhist countries, all these countries, I went to Vietnam, I went to South Korea, I went all over the country, Sri Lanka. This was the demand. So the love for music and art, and the reverence for music and art, I think, is something. Yoga, for example, now is something which has become. It's an Asian gift, the Indian gift actually. I must thank Prime Minister Modi for having got the Day of Yoga, International Day of Yoga. So at least once a year, everybody sits down and practices yoga. At least many people, lakhs of people do around the world. So yoga is something that has gone abroad that also has been, and of course each country has their own systems. The Japanese have developed their own forms of doing it, and so on. So Japan I find particularly fascinating, because the Japanese, they're an Asian country, but the way they have developed their art, for example. If there's a corner in a room, in India that will be full of kachara. In Japan, they'd make a little garden, a little rock garden of it. So their creation of beauty in small places. You see, the whole idea of beauty, Satyam Shivam Sundaram. What is our idea of art? It should be true, it should be auspicious, it should be beautiful. Not all paintings are beautiful. For example, The Scream, there's a painting called The Scream. It's a terrible painting, you almost hear the scream. Even Guernica, one of the great paintings by Picasso, is not a happy painting, obviously, it's a war and all. But the creation of beauty, the sacredness of art, these are things in which I think Asia has done a great deal. Chinese food. The Japanese have this great sense. I mean, if you go to the Ginkakuji and the Ginkakuji, the two gold pavilion and silver pavilion in Kyoto, and the Ryoanji temple, I mean, they are really extraordinary. So I think that art brings us together. Philosophy to some extent does. Buddhism has had a very wide reach, so has Hinduism. I don't think Asians are less violent than any other people, although we do say that we are ready to non-violence. But now it is difficult to say actually who is violent and who isn't, because almost everybody has become violent now. You've got to look very hard to find somebody who is non-violent. And of course, what binds Sri Lanka and New Zealand? Cricket. Don't forget, cricket is a great unifying factor in many of these Asian countries. If you look at the way most of the countries which are under the British at least, they still have their very strong cricket links. In a way, that is also a link. It's a cultural link, if you like. It's not like the traditional links. It's a cultural link. And I think it's important to say that our great thinkers also, Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, for example, was very strong on Asia. He traveled a lot. He was fascinated by Japan, and And I was reading Sri Aurobindo's 5 Dreams. That was his last message. And his one of the 5 dreams was, another dream was for the resurgence and liberation of the peoples of Asia, and her return to her great role in the progress of human civilization. Asia has arisen, large parts are now quite free or are at this moment being liberated. This is in 1947, mind you. Its other still subject or partly subject parts are moving through whatsoever struggles towards freedom. Only a little has to be done, and that will be done today or tomorrow. There India has her part to play, and has already begun to play it with an energy and ability which already indicate the measure of her possibilities and the place she can take in the Council of Nations. Now, this is very significant, because Jawaharlal Nehru, the charismatic leader of our freedom movement, in 1946 he organized the Asian Relations Conference, a year before independence. He didn't wait for independence. A year before independence, he had the Asian Relations Conference in Delhi, which is the first time really that after so many centuries, the Asian people were able to get together. So right from the beginning, he was involved in Asia. I think subsequent prime ministers also have consolidated that. So what does this all add up to? First of all, we are still searching for the keys to an Asian identity, if we need an Asian identity. I now think, frankly, we've got to move from Bhavani Bharati to Bhavani Vasundhara, from India to the world. I don't think we can any longer talk only of certain regions or even of certain individual countries. But that, of course, is something which, let me tell you about globalization. I was very strong. At the end of the last century, we used to go around the world lecturing about the glories of how now the age of nationalism was over and all the countries were merging into regions. The European Union, for example. In our own lifetime, we saw the barriers disappear. The mark disappeared, the lira disappeared, the EU came into being. And we used to have to stop whenever we traveled in Europe, in every country. We saw when we could travel smoothly. So that was a model. And I kept saying that is the model we should develop. SAARC should develop like that, ASEAN should develop like that. So if we develop like that into, let's say, a dozen regional areas, then perhaps there could be a grand federation of all of them. Unfortunately, that theory has totally collapsed. The backlash against globalization in this century has been very strong. Nationalism has reasserted itself. It is much stronger than we realized. And now, for example, you have a man like Trump who says, I don't like the word globalization. It's America first. He cancelled actual global agreements. He'd probably do that again when he gets re-elected. So, you know, although now it is becoming clear that you cannot solve any of the major problems facing the human race individually, whether that is climate change, which is already upon us, it's not something in the future, we are living in it, whether it is a pandemic which could wipe everybody out. I mean, this COVID wiped out 1 million people in America with all their medical facilities and all 500 million in India. Tomorrow you could get a pandemic which would wipe out the whole human race. And the third threat is the threat of nuclear war. Everybody said, no, no, now there can't be nuclear. Look what's happening. We have wars in Europe, we have wars in Asia, we have wars in Africa, we have wars in Latin America. What is happening to the human race, to human civilization? Why are we in this world of, is it a world of turmoil and transition to something better? Or is it a world in turmoil and transition to disaster? We don't know. It's still too soon to know. But I think this is important to put this on the table, that and in this whole process, Ramji, can Asia, as Asia, play a role? I doubt it, because I still doubt whether there's an Asian personality. Individual countries can, of course. India can, China can, and groupings can perhaps. But I don't think Asia as such can play a major role. But I'm open to a contradiction of that. This is something I think we need to assess a little more. But let me just close by again congratulating you and congratulating Sudha, who's worked day and night on this for a long time, and all the others connected with this marvelous, what a marvelous thing it must have been. I have a friend here who says he sat through all the 2.5 days. He said it was something out of this world. Out of India at least, not out of Asia. So anyhow, in those words, thank you very much for inviting me, Shyam, for letting me to get back to what I started in the last century. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I am happy that you have at least identified some shared attributes of Asia. You know, the love of learning, you know, the sense of the sacred, a certain kind of sensibility that people in this space share. And if I may say so, that perhaps as a result of what we have been through in this conference, there will be a time when, you know, we can get up and say we are proud to be Asian as well. So I think in a small way we have tried to contribute to that. Let me conclude by thanking Sudha for putting this together, Niharika, who's has been a great pillar of support, and you know, our director Ken Srivastava. It is always said that, you know, behind every successful project there is usually somebody who's not in the public eye but who has really worked to make things happen. You know, this is a rather complicated orchestration that one has had to do, and in that Kailash has been extremely helpful, so I would like to thank him. I would like to also thank our secretary, who has worked also very closely together, the program division, and also our communication team, who made a huge effort to try and get the message across about this conference. And one of the encouraging things to us who have organized this conference is that we have had a very good response to this conference, and it encourages us to perhaps take this particular project forward. So you can see, sir, the Asian project that you started has, you know, in a sense blossomed out into something more substantial, and we hope that we can take this forward. I will now request our secretary to please deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable Guest of Honor, Dr. Karan Singh, Chair for the valedictory session, Shri Shyam Saran, President, IIC, conference speakers, esteemed members of the center, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. It's my proud privilege to present a vote of thanks at this culmination of the wonderful conference, Asia on the Move, Histories of Mobility and the Making of Asia, held over a period of last 3 days. To begin with, we would like to thank Honorable Dr. Karan Singh for having accepted our request for his valedictory address, illuminating and inspirational as it always is. I would like to also thank our chair, Shri Shyam Saran ji, whose vision we owe to this conference and who gave guidance at all stages, right from conception to execution. I take this opportunity to also thank Shri N.N. Vohra, Life Trustee, for inaugurating the exhibition, Traveling Relics, Spreading the Word of Buddha, and for his inaugural remarks recalling the legacy of IIC IRD and pointing the way forward. I also thank our director, Shri Ken Srivastava, whose constant guidance and support ensured that we faced no hurdles in planning and execution of the exhibition and the conference. I thank all the participants, speakers, for their exceptional presentations and the informative depth of knowledge they brought through their talks and the papers. I would also like to congratulate the curatorial team of Professor Himanshu Prabha Ray, Professor Gitanjali Surendran for their excellent exhibition, which IIC is privileged to host. IIC is also grateful to the members of the organizing committee for their valuable insights and guidance, which laid down the scope for this conference. We are also grateful to Koji Sato-san, Dr. Ashok Jain, Ambassador Ranjit Rai, and Professor Najaf Haider, who helped us to identify the speakers for this conference. I also like to thank Professor B.R. Mani and Professor Alok Tripathi for helping us with literature from the National Museum and photographs from the Archaeological Survey of India. I congratulate Dr. Prasun Chatterjee for his excellent sum up for the sessions, and also a lot of young researchers who have acted as rapporteurs for this conference. Last but not least, heartfelt gratitude to all the wonderful audience who participated in all the sessions and those who are present today over here. Your active participation made the discussions most productive. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sudha Gopalakrishnan, Executive Director of the International Research Division, to honor our chief guest.
Thank you to all our speakers and bon voyage to those who are returning home.
So thank you. We close with high tea, which is served outside, but I request our delegates to just stay back for a group photograph here. Adil.
You were able to discover an Asian